Pakistan has made very clear, because at one end you have the army giving out a statement which is very, very different to what the Pakistan Prime Minister seems to be saying right now, Gaurav, because the Pakistan army in its press release has admitted to exactly what India has stated, that 3 places have been struck. Of course, they haven't given out details of the 9 possible strikes on terror outlets in these 3 areas. All right, so the latest news break that's coming in right now is that breaking news. Lahore and Sialkot airport in Pakistan have been closed for the next 48 hours. And all of this, of course, preemptive measures. Rohit, my colleague, joins us from Washington, D.C. and that comes at the back. Rohit, what more details do you have? You had NSA Ajit Doval brief America on the retaliatory, retributory action that India has taken on Pakistan. Can you give us details, please?
Yes, that's what we've learned right now, Preeti, that it is the NSA Doval has spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's also acting NSA of America, and he's updated him on what this action was, assuming, obviously the US were briefed about it. Again, trying to tell them that, India only targeted terror, places in Pakistan. This was non-escalatory in any way. And that, for India, as far as this goes, this is it. This is what we wanted to do. And we've done that. Also, if you've seen the first reaction, President Trump, he's also called this to end this now. He said, he wants to both nations should put an end to this. And in Indian statement, India clearly saying that we do not want to escalate. There is no reason for us to escalate this at this point in time. We did what we're supposed to do. So the ball is in Pakistan's court. And I think that probably was the reason of NSA calling Marco Rubio and telling them, we've conducted these strikes. And as far as, we don't want to escalate this anymore. And if Pakistan can do that if they want to do it.
Right. So, Rohit, clearly enough pressure also that, India activating international pressure on Pakistan, because now it's Pakistan who says they will retaliate. And now if they do, then India will hit hard. So India activating all kinds of pressures right now where international pressure comes into play as well.
You know what's extremely significant? Pakistan has shut down Lahore and Sialkot airports. Pakistan has closed its airspace for the next 48 hours. Pakistan anticipates that India could up the ante after Pakistan responds. So they want any movement in the air that's spotted on their radars to be seen as absolutely escalatory in terms of a target that needs to be taken down, because Pakistan has once again failed, Preeti. Pakistan could not see 9 incoming aerial threats to 9 different locations. Now they've shut the Lahore and the Sialkot airport for the next 48 hours. Preeti, this is hugely significant. Let's also bring into this conversation, Preeti, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Director General of India's Infantry, who joins us on this broadcast. General Kulkarni, 9 targets, including one in Bahawalpur, Pakistan's Punjab province. Including one in Bahawalpur, Pakistan's Punjab province.
Gaurav, it could have been better. Not Bahawalpur, which is supposedly the hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed and the terrorists. And I don't think Pakistan has any moment now to do. But however, Pakistan will retaliate. There will be ceasefire violations. There is no denying the fact, but we are prepared for it. And I'm sure Pakistan has got the message that these kind of strikes that they've done, and the Operation Sindoor, aptly named, just primarily the way they had gone about killing 26 of the innocent people. Yes. I think it couldn't have been better. If you ask me, Pakistan was asking for it. Pakistan had been time and again, and probably Pakistan was aware of what India would be doing. Otherwise,
but
the chief of the army staff would not have dispatched their family.
Absolutely, General. The fact remains, Preeti, India has targeted terrorist launch pads and terrorist training camps. There are no terror launch pads and training camps in India. What will Pakistan strike? If Pakistan strikes let's say a brigade headquarters or a battalion headquarters or any military location, that will be escalation by Pakistan, which will be adequately responded to. So the ball is in Pakistan's court. Will it dare to escalate? Apart from LC hotting up, anything else that Pakistan does will have massive consequences for Pakistan.
Because, Gaurav, with what all's coming in, because till now what we've been given to understand that 9 terror establishments across 3 locations in Pakistan, 2 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 1 in the Punjab province, have been targeted by India in a precision measured strike. But Gaurav, I want to get you in, and maybe you can weigh in on it. One, because right now we don't have details coming in on what these 9 locations are, but one of them of utmost importance, India has targeted Masjid Subhan Allah in Bahawalpur. Now this has very, very strong Jaish connection.
Bahawalpur is Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. And for those of us who covered IC-814 hijack, for those of us who covered the fact that India had to release that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, and he went to Pakistan and he set up the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur. Remember, Pakistan's Punjab province, Preeti, it has 2 very major terrorist training camps and launch pads in Punjab province. One is Murid-Ke. Murid-Ke is Lashkar-e-Taiba. The second is Bahawalpur, and Bahawalpur is Jaish-e-Mohammed. The fact that India has targeted Jaish-e-Mohammed, hitting the heart of Jaish-e-Mohammed's terror training camp is a big significance statement that's being made, not just as far as Pahalgam is concerned, but even as far as IC-814 hijack is concerned, Preeti.
Once again, viewers, we're going to put this in perspective. Why is this a never-seen response by India? Because the last time when the surgical strikes happened was very, very different, Gaurav, because Pakistan didn't even admit to it. And today you've had the Prime Minister, you've had of Pakistan, you've had the Pakistan Army coming out and clearly corroborating what India has said.
I want to just put out a picture in 2 minutes from now, which somebody from Pakistan has sent me. It's a picture of DG of their Pakistan's Prime Minister was at ISI headquarters last night. So they anticipated something. Yesterday, he was at ISI headquarters. Pakistan's Prime Minister, Pakistan's Army Chief, Pakistan's entire ISI leadership, they were there and they were photographed at ISI headquarters. So Pakistan anticipated perhaps something was going to happen. But did they anticipate that India would strike 9 targets? And you're absolutely right. Surgical strikes, Pakistan didn't even admit it had happened. I was reporting from Srinagar after Pulwama when the Balakot airstrikes happened, and then DG ISPR at 5 in the morning, he said that yes, Indian Air Force planes came and they struck someplace in Balakot, and that time we weren't sure whether it was Balakot POK or Balakot in KPK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Pakistan conceded and confirmed that had happened, but they launched a swift retort the next day. Now, Preeti, this is huge when 9 different targets have been acquired in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So India is very clearly saying no part of Pakistan is safe. If you're a terrorist or a terrorist backer, we will target you anywhere, Preeti.
And from here on, and Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, I want to also bring you in, and maybe you can weigh in on it, because the ball now is in Pakistan's court, because India's message, India's press release, and I think there are a couple of words that one really needs to underline, that this was a measured response, that this, and this is the most important word, General, was a non-escalatory response, and only targeting terrorist outlets and no military establishment. India has made it very clear that this was retaliatory to Pahalgam. This is not, should not be looked as escalatory in nature. Right after that, we have the NSA who picks up the phone and calls and briefs America. So now India, the next step for India, justice is served. And hoping now that there's enough international pressure on what is a rogue country to not react or retaliate to this.
Thank you, Preeti. I sincerely hope Pakistan stops being a hub of terror, because this retaliatory and precise measures to only strike where the terrorist camps were and the terrorists were being trained, no denying the fact. And the fact that Kotli, Muzaffarabad, because I remember seeing Muzaffarabad from Tanga. So all these targets, especially the blackout that has occurred over there, is indicative that all of it, the response of the retaliation has come from Pakistan. You had their Prime Minister tweet, you had their DGIS tweet that the retaliation will be there. But I do not see any retaliation coming from Pakistan as of now. But of course, the ceasefire line will get heated up. There will be cross-border firing which will take place along the LOC. But notwithstanding that, I think it was something that Pakistan was asking for it. And Pakistan has been time and again, and the very fact that the mosque drills were to be today is indicative. Probably an indication was given that should India be retaliating, what should be the public be doing in India? And don't visualize. I don't think Pakistan will retaliate, because even
Okay. But Gaurav, but will Pakistan actually, heed to sense here and not retaliate? Because at least with what and it doesn't seem that the army or the executive knows that, what's going on with the other, where Pakistan is concerned. The army has come up with a completely different definition of what has really gone down, and the Prime Minister has issued a statement which doesn't quite concur what the army seems to suggest.
Again, a big story. So Pakistan is also now going through the motions, while every decision in Pakistan is taken by Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir. But the fact is that they've also called a national security meeting tomorrow at 10 in Pakistan. In India, 11 o'clock there's cabinet meeting. 11 o'clock, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his cabinet will be meeting. The Cabinet Committee on Security will be meeting. Because do keep in mind that Pakistan will retaliate. But will this retaliation be beyond the LC heating up? Look, it's 770 kilometers of line of control. Along 770 kilometers, it's about 500 kilometers plus. The general can correct me on a couple of kilometers here. Okay, big story. Indian Air Force exercise has started 1:30 at night. Indian Air Force started its exercises, and the roar of IF fighter jets that's continuously resonating on the skies of Jaisalmer. So it's southern Rajasthan that you have Indian Air Force that is carrying out its exercises. There are very aggressive exercises, Preeti, which are known as CAP or Combat Air Patrols. Now in your CAPs, your fighter jets, India has the Rafales, the Su-30 MKIs, the AWACS up in the air. You can look 300 kilometers deep inside enemy territory, and you can acquire multiple targets simultaneously and take them down. So if Pakistani fighter jets cross that 10-kilometer line, their fighter jets and our fighter jets are not supposed to go 10 kilometers from the international border.
They have the F-16s and we have Rafales right now.
They have the F-16s, we have the Rafales, we have the Mirage 2000s, we have the Jaguars deep penetration strike aircraft, and we have the Su-30 MKIs capable of taking 8 tons of heavy weaponry, including the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, Preeti.
Gaurav, right now, what we've been given to understand is that, and something which Pakistan has also admitted, that India struck from its own airspace.
Yes.
So we did not use our air force. It seems its missiles is what we are using.
So that is the impression that the government...
Inference that we get.
That is the inference, but government's keeping this very ambiguous. But even our fighter jets, deep inside our own territory, we have fighter jets that can hit a target more than 200 kilometers away. So being way inside our own territory, we can take down anything across Pakistan, is what Air Force has told us. Shivani can tell us more.
Shivani, I want to come to you. What more details do you have right now? India conducting an air exercise. Give us details, Shivani. Go ahead.
Preeti and Gaurav, you're absolutely right. India has all the capability. The Indian fighter jets have all the capability of, without even entering the exact airspace of Pakistan, they can hit the target hard at the precise and focused location in a measured, calibrated strike. And that is what we are getting from the sources, that this was what happened around 1:30 a.m. when the Indian Air Force's fighter, they carried out this precision strike in these 9 specific terror outfits, where we've been seeing how the terrorists were being trained and they were being funded. This is a big strike. I think this is one of the biggest ever air strikes that have been conducted by India in Pakistan's terror outfits without even touching the military establishments out there. Any infrastructure of military has not been touched out there. That's what has been shared by the PIB press release. And they also say that there will be a detailed briefing that will be telling us about what aircraft it was and how many casualties have happened in these strikes, and what were the missiles that were used in this particular air attack that happened at 1:30. The Operation Sindoor has been very successful, specific, and that's what we've been getting the confirmations about, not only from the Indian Army, the Defence Minister also. And right when these strikes were happening, the whole system was awake and activated. The army was tweeting of a big strike operation that it has been taking on the western borders. And even as we speak, the air assets remain activated. We are vigilant, not only on the ground, but in the air too. And for any kind of retaliatory action, as we've been getting the inputs that in multiple locations where we were witnessing small arms firing since last 12 days, today is the 13th night, when we are witnessing heavy artillery firing going on in Uri sector, in Rajouri Poonch, in Mendhar also. And this is been tackled well by the Indian Army with retaliatory fire of the artillery shells there. And on the borders also, we have kept our assets ready for any kind of exchange or any kind of retaliation by Pakistan.
Looking
So
at
far, Indian Army
evacuating
has
border
not
villages right now,
taken any escalatory measure.
so that there is no
with
civilian
Pakistan.
casualty?
See, there the mechanism is already at place. There are bunkers. We've been reporting from those bunkers just yesterday, Preeti. There are bunkers that have been made in these villages. The villagers know the SOPs because this is not the first time when these ceasefire violations are happening. Before 2021, this was a normal affair. Every day there used to be heavy artillery firing in these areas. So there are bunkers that are operationalized, reactivated. People have been made aware how to be safe and calm in this situation, and Army is taking retaliatory action in these areas. And we've been seeing that these villagers, they also wanted a decisive action. They were with the government's decision, and perhaps we are very sure that when in the morning we get to interact more with these people, they will be satisfied with the kind of action that has been taken by Indian government against the terror outfits in Pakistan and POJK.
Shivani, what are you hearing in? It seems tomorrow 10 a.m. is going to be an official debriefing to the media of the success of Operation Sindoor.
Preeti, we've been told that tomorrow morning, anytime between 10 and 11, there can be a big media briefing in the national capital where we can see the details, even the minutest details of this operation that has been taken on at 1:30 a.m., where we'll be getting to know what kind of aircraft was activated, what all was taken into consideration, which were the terror outfits that were specifically targeted, what are the casualty counts out there, any retaliation that happened, because we are getting a lot of fake inputs from Pakistani media, to be specific, about some damage on our side. But
Shivani, will you stay on with me? We want to continue giving out the latest information that's coming in and information filtering in now, Gaurav. The attacks on multiple targets across Pakistan and POK Kashmir. Operation Sindoor was a joint operation by the Indian Army and Air Force using precision strike weapons. So yes, with what we were discussing earlier, that the Indian Air Force was also involved, and I think we're going to get more details tomorrow when a debriefing to the media will happen on Operation Sindoor.
Oh, you're absolutely right, and the joint operations continue even as we speak. If we were to talk about what's happening at the line of control, heavy artilleries are automatically now being used both by the Pakistanis and the Indians, so which means that from small arms it's escalated to area weapons, point 1 and point 2. You have the Indian Air Force in a massive exercise in southern Rajasthan, flying over southern Rajasthan desert. Now when they fly over this area, it's the entire Pakistani territory across that their radars can scan across, whether it's in Pakistan's Punjab province, in Sindh province, which includes Karachi, and also parts of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So it's a massive strike that's being undertaken, not just strike but post strike. So Pakistan Air Force is flying, but Pakistan Air Force are staying on their side
I don't know,
border.
because we're getting in, viewers, what we're going to do is, I want to bring in Gaurav on this. We're going to put out details only because Pakistan media is trying to propagate that,
they do a lot of misinformation.
there's a fair amount of disinformation and propaganda coming in from their side. But
So,
we'll continue to get our viewers more on this right now.
Absolutely, because even when Balakot had happened, they had claimed that multiple Indian aircraft had been shot down. They had claimed that that time, but unless it's officially confirmed by Government of India and by the Ministry of Defence, Pakistan does indulge in a lot of misinformation and disinformation campaign. Their media has been making a lot of claims about Rafales and so on. But our information is that this was standoff weapons that were used. But the Pakistanis have officially also conceded that all the attacks that took place in Pakistan today and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir were from the Indian side. So there is no question of any Indian fighter jet being across, as is being claimed by the Pakistani media. They indulge in a lot of disinformation
But even the
campaign.
Pakistan army, Gaurav, has admitted that we did not violate the airspace. These were,
I mean, our
at
missiles-
least,
our
at least
missiles
our missiles did. But that's what at least they're saying, that there was, we fired from our own airspace. Is
Absolutely.
what they, at least that the brief that has come in from the Pakistan army is. All right, viewers, let me quickly take you through the latest that's coming in. Shivani, will you take us through what we've been given to understand, that the entire LOC right now completely hot, heavy shelling?
South of Panjal as of now.
Okay, only South. Can you take us through the areas where there is massive shelling going on across the LOC?
Preeti, it's been exactly around 2 hours when this Operation Sindoor was conducted successfully, and what we've seen is that there is heavy artillery firing that is happening on multiple locations, specifically on Rajouri and Poonch sector, Bimba Gali, and also here this side in Uri and Menda too. So this is what we are getting, that there is heavy shelling. And remember, all these places were the places that were witnessing small arms firing during the ceasefire violations by Pakistan in past 12 days. Today happens to be the 13th consecutive night, and this ceasefire violation continues. The Indian Army has been responding befittingly to all these heavy artillery firing that is going on. That means when they are firing heavy artillery, the Indian Army is also firing heavy artillery towards Pakistan. So this is what's going on right after the operations were conducted successfully in Pakistan. And we have been getting inputs from the villagers also that they are witnessing the shells in their area. There are bunkers, though for their safety they are trying to keep themselves secure in these bunkers, but Indian Army is retaliating befittingly to this heavy artillery firing that's happening. A lot of information, misinformation happening around the damage of Indian assets, but we need to be very careful until we get the formal information from the Indian Army that will be briefing us today, and then we'll be getting the actual casualty figures too, Preeti. But as of now, this has been a successful Operation Sindoor, and at the LOC, the ceasefire violation with the heavy artillery is going on, to which the Indian Army is retaliating. On the borders, we are activated with all our assets deployed out there. We are fully active, operational, and we are ready to take on
whatever information that is coming in. We're only going to put out information that is verified, that is responsible, and that we cross-checked multiple times. I want to get in Gaurav right now. Gaurav, would you, take us through the sequence of events? Pakistan completely, number one, caught unaware. 1:45 a.m. at night is when the first strike from India happened. Take us through.
So from what sources are telling India today, a decision had been taken by the Prime Minister. This Masjid Subhanallah in Bahawalpur. So it's not the main headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, but it's a very prominent masjid of Jaish-e-Mohammed, where we're told that Maulana of Terror Masood Azhar used to pray there. That mosque has been targeted, and that complex has been targeted. Apparently, Pakistani media is reporting there are casualties on ground. Their emergency has been declared. Nawaz Sharif's daughter, Maryam Nawaz, is the Chief Minister of Punjab's province. We are told that there are other locations that have been targeted. Now, in all, there are 9 locations that have been targeted in India's air/missile strikes that have taken place since 1:45. Pakistan Army has conceded to 3. Pakistan's Prime Minister has conceded to 5 strikes that have taken place.
How long did it take to execute this entire operation?
It can happen in a matter of minutes, Now, if it is the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, the moment you fill in the launch code and fire, it's a supersonic cruise missile that goes at 3 times the speed of sound. So there is nothing that can intercept it. Even if the Pakistanis could see it, there's nothing they can do about it. Now they have the entire Air Force, Pakistan Air Force, up in the sky, because they anticipate perhaps there could be more action and also to prevent any further action. However, their aircraft are on their side. Their aircraft are not in the 10 kilometers border line. Only in case they cross. Indian Air Force aircraft are also in the sky, as is the AWACS, which is your your eye in the sky, your airborne early warning command and control system, which scans the entire Pakistan border and the LC. So the Pakistan border, Preeti, is about 3,500 odd kilometers. The line of control is about 740 odd kilometers, and the actual ground position line at the Siachen Glacier is about 110 kilometers long. So that's the Pakistani land border that is being looked at right now. The Indian Navy is out there in the Arabian Sea, and that is where you can choke Pakistan should it try anything that it should not do in haste.
All right, viewers, we're going to continue to get our viewers more. Now, this what we can confirm, and we're only giving out details that we can confirm. Operation Sindoor is a success. It was a joint operation by the Indian Army and the Air Force using precision strike weapons. This is the information that has come out. Immediately after India conducted this strike, a press release was given out by the Indian Defence Service, by the Ministry of Defence, clearly stating that Operation Sindoor, that the Indian Army conducted it on terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. What is important to note at this point of time, viewers, is that very clearly what needs to be underlined is what India said. Our actions have been focused, measured, non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. And Gaurav, I would reckon this paragraph would be the most important when it comes down to this responsible press release, which immediately India put out after it conducted these strikes.
You know, because this is India telling the entire world what we've done. One, it's retribution. Two, it's non-escalatory. Three, it is not targeting any military location in Pakistan. It's only targeting a terror launchpad and a terror camp. So that is why, what can Pakistan hit back? If Pakistan then tries to hit a military location in India, then it is Pakistan that is escalating, because international law is very clear. What we are also being told that maximum military restraint from India and Pakistan, we're getting a lot of reactions that are coming in from world leaders. We are told that US President Donald Trump has also been briefed about these latest developments. India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke to his American counterpart Marco Rubio, and he informed Marco Rubio about the strikes that had taken place. And as of now, do keep in mind, the world wants maximum restraint both from India and Pakistan. But then Pakistan now has its entire Air Force up in the sky to respond.
There's more information coming in, and we're going to just give it out right now. It seems the Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reacted, and I just want to read out the statement that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has put out of Pakistan, viewers. In an unprovoked and blatant act of war. So you have the Ministry of External Affairs, Gaurav, that has called India's strike on terror in Pakistan an act of war. So Pakistan is interpreting India's attack on terror spots as an act of war. I just want to take our viewers through that, and that's the news that we're breaking right now. A press release coming in from Pakistan's Foreign Affairs Ministry. In an unprovoked and blatant act of war, the Indian Air Force, which remaining within the Indian airspace, has violated Pakistan's sovereignty using standoff weapons, targeting civilian population across international border in Muridke and Bhawalpur and across the line of control in Kotli and Muzaffarabad, Azad, Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, this is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India's act of aggression has resulted in martyrdom of civilians, including women and children. So this is Pakistan somewhere down the line trying to push the agenda.
It's a big headline. It's a big headline. So it's not just Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's also Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke that's been targeted. Amazing. That's a big signal that India sends out, Preeti. Not just Jaish-e-Mohammed, but also Lashkar headquarters has been targeted. So clear demarcation by India. No terrorist training camp or launchpad is now safe from Indian response if there's terror that comes into Indian territory.
This is huge, viewers, because earlier on we were been given to understand that there were only 3 locations, Muzaffarabad, Kotli and Bahawalpur, where India had struck. But Pakistan has admitted that even Muridke and other parts of POK have been struck. India is very clear and firm, and we have to say this multiple times, that India has only targeted terror spots. Let's listen in once again. Now, we're getting in, lots of information that's filtering in, lots of international leaders reacting. India has already briefed America because now the ball technically is in Pakistan's court because India had sought retribution. Will Pakistan retaliate? A lot of international pressure would also be building up on Pakistan. Listen in to President Donald Trump.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades.
Any message to
and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly. No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades.
Any message to
and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
All right, so that's the statement of US President Donald Trump. India has, NOC Ajit Doval has briefed America on India's strike on terror launch pads in Pakistan in 9 locations spread in 9 terror spots spread across 3 locations. But right now, viewers, Pakistan's statement that is coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs, the official statement from Pakistan coming in, where Pakistan has admitted that India has struck Muridke, Bahawalpur, and Muzaffarabad, Kotli, and other parts of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. While India has maintained very clearly that India has only struck terror launch pads in these locations, Pakistan seems to suggest that this was an act of aggression. They've called India's strike on terror an act of war. And they say, and I quote, "This act of aggression has caused great threat to commercial air traffic. We strongly condemn on what Pakistan terms was a cowardly action, which is flagrant of violation of the UN Charter," practically calling out India's action on terror as an act of war, admitting that the Indian Air Force, while remaining within the Indian airspace, has violated Pakistan's sovereignty. Also adding that the situation continues to evolve and Pakistan reserves the right to respond appropriately at a time and place of its choosing in accordance with the Article 51 of the UN Charter. So Pakistan clearly seeming to suggest that Pakistan will retaliate and once again pushing the propaganda, Gaurav, that civilians were attacked, seeming to suggest women and children were attacked. Clearly, this has been made very clear in India's statement, which was brought out immediately after the airstrike, that only terror launch pads across the 3 locations, which now seem to be at least 4 locations, which includes Muridke, where you have the LET headquarters as well.
It's a huge, huge statement by government of India by targeting both Muridke and Bahawalpur. And let's quickly bring in Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, General Tiny Dhillon, former Kashmir Corps commander, former DG of Defense Intelligence Agency, joins us on this special broadcast. General Dhillon, both Muridke and Bahawalpur have been targeted along with Kotli and Muzaffarabad. For the benefit of our viewers, please give us the significance of each and every location that India has targeted, sir.
Good morning, Gaurav, and good morning to all of you. Muridke is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Muridke is just very close to Lahore and is in Pakistani Punjab. So is Bahawalpur. It's the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Maulana Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed, and it is in southern Punjab. Whereas Muzaffarabad and Kotli are the launch pads and the training camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And as the reports which are now coming in, India has struck with the precision weapons on all the terror camps and terror bases. India has not targeted any civilian area or a military area. Hence, the onus of escalation lies on the Pakistan. If Pakistan in retaliation attacks any of our civilian areas or India's military bases or military installations, then the responsibility of further escalation by India and further response by India on Pakistan's military and other areas will solely lies with Pakistan, and the responsibility to take the war further from here is that of Pakistan. Pakistan hit India in Pahalgam as a terror act.
Yes.
India retaliated by hitting at those terror bases. And I would like to put one more thing very clearly. There are a lot of fake videos and fake statements coming up on the social media, especially on the Twitter. Please do not believe any of these things which are saying that one aircraft dropped here, one aircraft down there. All these are fake videos. Only go by the official released videos or information.
Absolutely.
And second is, do not panic. Do not panic. As of now, no civilian areas have been hit. So I'll request the public not to panic and only look for information from the official handles.
Absolutely. General, stay with me for a moment. There's a big statement that's being made by India and officially about places that have been targeted and why. The details that are being given out says terrorists killed 26 civilians in Jammu and Kashmir on the 22nd of April in a brutal and heinous attack. India has credible leads, technical inputs and testimony of survivors and other evidence pointing towards the clear involvement of Pakistan-based terrorists in this attack. It was expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operation against India. India's actions have been focused and precise. They were measured, responsible and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistan civilian, economic or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. Shortly after the strikes, NSA Ajit Doval spoke to US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and briefed him on actions taken. Very clear statement, Preeti.
So that, what Gaurav just elucidated is India briefing America, but we've been given to understand senior Indian officials through the course of the last few hours, viewers, have spoken to their counterparts in a number of countries across the world to brief them on the steps taken by India. Amongst these, the countries that have been briefed by India have been the US, the UK, the Saudi Arabia, UAE and Russia. So, General Dhillon, I want to bring you in because India on its own has sought retribution, retaliating, only striking terror launch pads, and now the ball is in Pakistan's court. General, India's statement clearly says that this was non-escalatory, this was measured, and India only attacked terrorist establishments and not army installations or establishments. Clearly, there is an effort now by India to rally international support to put pressure on what has been largely a rogue nation, Pakistan, that it doesn't retaliate.
Absolutely. India, in a very measured and very restrained reaction to the Pahalgam terror attack, has reacted and attacked only the terror bases and terror camps. India has not, and India has very clearly given out in the press release that India has not attacked any military installation or civilian area. This clearly means Pakistanis carried out a terror attack in Pahalgam. India retaliated by hitting the terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Now, any escalation by targeting the Indian military installations or Indian civilians lies solely on Pakistan. As regards the point you made about world opinion, India has been approaching all the world powers and through diplomatic channels to create a world opinion in our favor. It's an ongoing process and it will continue through the days to come. India is on the right path and India is in the right position and India is justified.
But General Dhillon, one quick question that we'd like to ask you, because Pakistan in multiple press releases has already deemed this as an act of war. They're very clear that they're going to retaliate. Now, how prepared is India to take on that retaliation?
India has taken 14 days or 15 days to retaliate to Pahalgam terror attack. Missiles are always in a prepared position. Missiles could have been launched any day. This 14 to 15 days means India has prepared its air defenses, India has prepared its the physical defenses along the line of control, along the borders. India has also carried out drills to prepare their citizens, the mock drills and all which are planned, and it has been only carried out in some border areas. So a lot of preparatory effort has gone in, militarily and non-militarily, in the past 14-15 days, ever since Pahalgam terror attack. So India is fully prepared. Now the point comes back. India has only reacted to the terror attack in Pahalgam by hitting the terror camps. Now, if Pakistan takes it to another level by hitting the military installations and civilians, that onus and the responsibility of escalation lies solely with Pakistan, and then India will reserve the right to hit back on Pakistani military installations or other areas.
But General, when you look at the escalation spiral, India has targeted terrorists. If Pakistan were to strike a military location, what would we then target? Because would that then escalate this conflict? Because Pakistan has usually threatened India with a nuclear war since its conventional forces are far inferior to India. Are we looking at a situation where it could really escalate, or we are on top of that escalation ladder in your appreciation?
Gaurav, as of now, India has retaliated to a terror attack by attacking the terror camp. Now, if Pakistan retaliates by carrying out an attack against Indian military installations or civilian areas, that will be an act of war. What India has done is purely a retaliatory action against terror action on terrorist camps. If Pakistan does anything which will amount to act of war, then India reserves all the right to react in any manner which it deems fit to hit back on Pakistan, because escalation ladder will be started by Pakistan. And as regards nuclear bogey of Pakistan, Pakistan has been talking about nuclear weapons use, and the ministers have been talking of pow ke bomb. So I don't take that rhetoric seriously as of now. If the escalation spiral or escalation ladder was to go up, then one can gauge the situation as it comes up.
General Dhillon, over the last 2 weeks, so much conversation in studios has happened about building deterrence where Pakistan is concerned. How big a message do you think India has delivered to build that deterrence?
As of now, the message is very clear. Your terrorists came and hit us in Pahalgam. We have hit the terrorist camps in your area, that is in Pakistan, Pakistani Punjab, and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. As of now, it is just you attacked through terror means, we have hit back on the terror means. Now, any escalation from here, the message is very clear. We are a country which is responsible. We are a country which acts with caution. We are a country which has, exercised all the restraints in spite of grave provocation by Pakistan and Pakistani terrorists. We have acted with great restraint and responsibility. And from here onwards, any action by Pakistan against Indian military or against Indian civilians will be treated as an act of war.
General, give me a moment, if you will, and read the enemy's mind for us. Striking Pakistan in Pakistan's Punjab province. It's a direct hit for that Pakistani Punjabi Musalman, and that too on Asim Munir's face. This is a direct hit on Asim Munir, and he's a radical Islamist. He's not a sane general. How would he be reacting in this situation?
General, before you come in, just breaking this news, and then you can take on Gaurav's question, Gaurav. The Srinagar airport has now been shut for civilian population. Yes. That's the latest news that is coming in. Srinagar airport will now only be allowed for military operations. No civilian flights will be taking off or landing at the Srinagar airport. General, please go ahead and take that question, sir.
Yeah, first I will respond to Srinagar airport being shut for civilian traffic. It is a routine thing because now the Indian Air Force will be operating from Srinagar Air Base, and Srinagar Air Base and Srinagar Civilian Airport is a combined asset. Hence, we do not want any civilian aircraft getting hit in the bargain. So it's a very sensible step and it's a normal step. There is no need to panic. It's only that these air bases now will only be used by the airport and not exposing the civilian aircraft to any fratricide or any action by Pakistani side. So that is a very, very sensible step, and I would request the public not to take it in any other manner than just a routine thing which is done in war. Now coming to Gaurav's question. India hitting inside Pakistani Punjab and hitting the pride of Pakistani Punjabi Muslims, yes. If Punjabi Pakistani Muslims will house the terrorists in Bahawalpur and Muridke, then India will hit Bahawalpur and Muridke. Because we are hitting terror camps, may it be Bahawalpur, Muridke, Muzaffarabad, Kotli. We are not differentiating where it is based. Our reaction is against terror camps and not against Pakistan territory per se. But if Pakistan does anything now against Indian military or Indian citizens inside Indian territory, that will be an act of war, and that will mean Pakistan has initiated the war. As of now, it's only retaliation to terror in a very, very dignified and restrained manner by a very responsible state, that is India.
All right, General Dillon, appreciate you joining us, sir. We're going to continue to come back to you. But once again, viewers, we're going to take you through on what is possibly history in the making, where India and Pakistan is concerned and the bloody history is concerned between the two nations. Gaurav, we were just speaking of how days on, since the Pahalgam attack, that deterrence needs to be built. How big a message do you think this will prove to be, where deterrence from Pakistan, especially of fomenting terrorists and with what happened in Pahalgam is concerned?
So, when you look at that radical Islamist mind of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, they will take it as one more hit and they would want to hit back. But when you look at Pakistani society, when you look at the Pakistani army, if they are sane, they get the message that no area in Pakistan is now safe when it comes to India's response to Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Because, for decades we've been told that Pakistan doesn't mind if you hit POJK or if you hit KPK, Pakistan occupied Jammu Kashmir or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or Sindh or Baluchistan. Pakistan is Pakistan's Punjab province. And the Narendra Modi government taking a decision to hit both Muridke and Bahawalpur simultaneously is the tightest slap that can go across that Pakistani Punjabi Musalman face. And perhaps somebody like an Asim Munir is perhaps the person who's responsible for this slap across Pakistan Army's face, and that is why they will strike back. The manner of that strike back is that big question. Will it remain restricted to artillery strikes along the line of control, which India has seen years and years of, or will it be
there's
bigger?
News break coming in, Gaurav. Let's quickly take that news break. Now, word coming in that precision strike weapon systems of the three forces, both Indian Army and the Air Force, were used in the attacks, including the loitering munitions. The coordinates for the attacks on terrorist camps inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were provided by intelligence agencies. The attacks were carried out from Indian soil only. Gaurav, that technical term there for our viewers, will you elucidate? In the attack, there was precision weapons that were used, including loitering munitions. What does that mean?
So loitering munition is a fire and forget system. It's an artillery ammunition or a rocket ammunition, usually a 155mm howitzer munition. When you fire the loitering munition, you fire and it doesn't just hit on impact, it loiters over that area. And once it's loitering over that area, it is waiting to spot the target. Once it spots the target, it's only then that it goes and strikes. And these are, in the past 2-3 years, India has really modernized its artillery. It's really modernized its air force in terms of not just the Rafale fighter jets, but the precision strike munition that is required to take down precise targets. It's not an area destruction weapon in the traditional sense of that word. It is for impact, It is to kill the adversary or the terrorist that you want to neutralize. At the same time, it does not destroy a large amount of area in that sense. So that is why this precision munition has been used by the army to take down targets, both by the army and the Air Force, to take down the threat. It's been talked about since the time of the Kargil war 25 years ago. It's finally with the armed forces and used to good effect.
All right, viewers, so that's the latest information that is coming in. I'm going to take our viewers through it again. Gaurav just elucidated the kind of weaponry that was used by India to strike these terror launch pads, taking you through them again. Precision strike weapon systems of all three forces, Indian Army, Navy and Air Force, were used in the attack, including what Gaurav explained were loitering munitions. The coordinates of the attack on terrorist camps inside Pakistan and POK were provided by intelligence agencies. The attack was carried out from Indian soil. India took 2 weeks to do this, viewers, and that is what needs to be deliberated upon. This wasn't a hurried strike. Intelligence agencies were involved to actually pinpoint locations which actually point out to terror launch pads where terrorists were holed up, and that was India's choosing to hit only those targets. It was, and as mentioned earlier, Gaurav, a joint operation by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. We also continue to have, I think, Sunilji Bhatt with us, and Shivani. Sunil, coming to you. The LOC that Gaurav and I have been reporting over the last 2 hours ever since this attack lit completely hot. What are the reports filtering in? Any casualties as of now across the LOC?
Preeti, what we are learning is that Pakistan has violated ceasefire along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district, and even in Rajouri district. Pakistan is resorting to heavy shelling right now. Remember, in the last 12 days, Pakistan was resorting to small arms fire. But given the escalation now, Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling, and even civilian areas have been targeted in Mendhar, in Poonch district. So the authorities are on their job. They are issuing advisories to people, and the bunkers that have been built in the last 10 years, those bunkers are going to come handy for the civilians now, because those are concrete bunkers. There are community bunkers also in the border villages along the India-Pakistan international border, as well as along the line of control.
Sunil, stay with me. We are coming right back to you, because confirmation, Gaurav, now coming in that India has targeted JEM and LET headquarters in Pakistan, Punjab. The latest information coming in, Indian forces had selected, all right, the latest information coming in right now is that India has targeted Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET headquarters in Pakistan, Punjab. Gaurav, to hark back on the Pahalgam attack, the footprint coming in of the TRF which connects to the LET, and now LET headquarters being attacked in Muridke and the JEM in Bahawalpur.
So it's very clear the kind of attack that's taking place, is to destroy the head of that snake of terror. Jaish-e-Mohammed is headed by that Maulana of terror called Masood Azhar. Lashkar-e-Taiba is headed by that professor of terror called Hafiz Saeed. Their headquarters have been targeted by government of India. What we are also now being told that it's a seaborne operation. It was a tri-services operation by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. No Indian jet has been lost. Pakistan is spreading propaganda, including by Ataullah Tarar, their information minister, who's going on Western media to say that 2 Indian jets, that is the Pakistani propaganda, were targeted on Pakistani soil, but they fell on Indian soil, is their propaganda. But that's not true. Government of India is now saying no Indian fighter jet has been lost in this operation. What's very significant, it's a tri-services operation, and that's significant because the P-8I long-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft of the Indian Navy can scan multiple targets across hundreds of kilometers away and then pass on that information to the Air Force and the Army to take down a target. That's the level of precision that's been used in this attack.
The main objective, Gaurav, that is coming in and word filtering in on that, the main objective of Operation Sindoor was to hit the top terrorist leaders of Jaish in Bahawalpur and Lashkar in Muridke. Muridke is where Hafiz Saeed is holed up, and Muridke was on target. So ultimately, one of the main reasons and on the hit list of Operation Sindoor, objective of Operation Sindoor was not just to hit at the terrorist launch pads in 9 spots across these locations, but also to take down top terrorists that have bled India for decades. That includes the Jaish and the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
You know, Preeti, this is such amazing information that's coming in about Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters being targeted or Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters being targeted in Muridke. You know, right from the 1993 Mumbai blast that Pakistan's ISI sponsored, to the attacks that took place, Parliament attack in 2001, IC-814 hijack when that Maulana of Terror.
Retribution at various levels.
At so many different levels. 200 people had been killed in that 2006 train attack in Mumbai. Raghunath Temple was targeted. Akshardham Temple was targeted. All traced back to Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed when their headquarters is targeted.
And we still don't know what the casualties are yet. We don't know how many terrorists. So viewers, we will get that count.
We will wait for that information to filter in, and this is information that generations will be processing. Imagine generations have bled in India. Generations will be processing this information of the head of that Hydra-headed monster called Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. The only thing that's left to hit, whenever that is hit, is Para, the ISI headquarters. But beyond that, this is the biggest strike that has happened at Muridke and at Bahawalpur and at Kotli and at Muzaffarabad. From POK to Pakistan's Punjab province, it cannot get sweeter unless you hit Para now.
One can understand Gaurav's passion, because Gaurav's been covering terror for so long, and it's actually coming in full circle.
25 years plus
for Gaurav there. But we're going to get back to Gaurav. We're going to get you more information right now, Gaurav. For Operation Sindoor, intelligence agency RAW had provided coordinates of 9 places. NSA Ajit Doval held more than 15 meetings with security agencies. So RAW was also involved to actually pinpoint these 9 locations that India would get ready to strike. Prime Minister Modi continuously monitoring this operation at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. NSA Ajit Doval constantly giving him information. India now will hold a briefing on the attacks at 10:30 this morning. 10:30 this morning.
This is absolutely stunning information that is coming in, and I want to bring in Preeti, and I want to quickly bring in Mir Farid and Shivani Sharma into this conversation. Some of our finest reporters have been on ground getting you every twist and turn of India's war on Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Mir, quickly tell us the situation on ground. I believe even north of Pir Panjal, the situation appears to be hotting up.
Yes, Gaurav, I can tell you that I can hear sound of UAVs or drones, but there is no activity in the air right now. There are also unconfirmed reports from Pampur that in Pampur there is some UAV or something has come down. So that has obviously spread panic in the area. Now, overall, I can tell you right now there is an airy silence. But as far as borders are concerned, there are ceasefire violations that have been reported. And this is very heavy artillery firing I'm talking of, not small arms fire. So that is what I can tell you. Kashmir is slowly waking up to this, though, as I said, no major aerial activity on this side, which was expected. Till yesterday, jets were hovering and there was more about aerial patrolling. But today, there is nothing. One information I can tell you is that there are videos that are coming in from Pampur area where probably something from the sky has been surrounding a compound wall has been damaged. But we're getting that information. Overall, Kashmir is silent, and it seems the area where this confrontation has happened, it is not, at least on this side of the divide, Jammu and Kashmir. So that is something that I can confirm to you. But lot of tension. We have also come to know that flights at Srinagar Airport are suspended. Srinagar Airport operations are suspended. Gaurav.
Okay, stay with me. I also want to bring into this conversation Shivani Sharma, who has exclusive details, and she's been speaking to her sources in the Ministry of Defense. Apparently, Pakistanis are reporting a lot of disinformation and misinformation. But get us facts. What's the position right now south of Pir Panjal and in terms of air operations on either side, Shivani?
Gaurav, since 1:40 a.m. we started receiving the inputs, and since then here in Srinagar and around, there is not much air activity, as Fareed was also speaking, but we have been getting inputs from Rajouri, Punch, we've been getting inputs from Mendhar and Uri sector, where there is heavy artillery firing going on right now from Pakistan's side, and it has been responded well by India's side. But certainly along the borders, our forces are kept ready for any kind of eventuality if it happens, as Pakistan has also given out a statement that it reserves the right of retaliation. But certainly this was a tri-services strike that happened at midnight and destroyed these terror outfits in Pakistan. Major terror outfits of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed have been destroyed there. We're still waiting to get the actual figure of casualty, but we are being told that this is a substantial damage to these terror outfits in Pakistan and POJK. At the borders, the Indian Air Force is actually ready with all its assets. We are also getting some fake inputs and alerts from Pakistan's side. We all need to verify, because we've been seeing a fake agenda that's been running since past a number of days from Pakistan's side. They have been trying to save their face and bring out fake alerts. And here in Kashmir, we all see that there is activation of assets, monitoring, not only in Jammu and Kashmir, but right in the national capital, where NSA along with the Prime Minister, they've been monitoring this whole Operation Sindoor. The Indian Army has strategically brought out posts right when this whole strike was happening, and then they've also said justice has been served, Operation Sindoor. So this has been a successful precision strike, one of its kind, by the Indian Armed Forces in synergy. They've been
Shivani,
doing and planning this together.
Breaking, and I want to come back to you. And maybe you can add to it what we've been given to understand. Scalp and hammer missiles were used in this attack. Shivani, for somebody who's been covering defense for years, what does this mean to you? Can you explain to our viewers?
Preeti, scalp and hammer missiles, they give give us the capability to strike with exact, accurate, pinpoint accuracy. We can actually strike with a focused area. This comes with the ammunitions, loitering ammunitions that is being talked about in this particular strike, where we see that particular focused area have been targeted without even touching the civil areas there, which are close there in that area, and also without even touching any kind of military assets. So these have been, the scalp missiles have that capability to pinpoint accurately, precisely hit the target without damaging anything which is beyond that whole target area. So this is how the Indian forces have used. We are still waiting for more confirmation and more details, as the press conference is scheduled for the day today.
So Shivani, these were the precision weapons that have been used.
What all assets were utilized and what was the...
All right, okay. Shivani, just stay with me. Let me also quickly take our viewers. So, word which is coming in, which of precision weapons that were used. Shivani just elucidated that to our viewers. But I also want to take you, viewers, on the latest information that is coming in right now. I'm also joined right now by Major General Sanjay Meston, defense analyst. General, big news that is coming in is that India specifically in precision targeted Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, Masood Azhar and his hideout and madrasas. Special ammunition was used to carry out this attack on 9 terror camps. So both Muridke and Bawalpur, Jaish-e targets and LET targets were on India's radar, and right now all 9 targets successful.
Sorry, I can't hear you. There is some, I can't even see the video, please.
All right, General Meston, we're going to try and connect to you in just a short while, but I want to bring in Shivani, who's still with us with more details coming in on that. Shivani, can you take us through it? Because word clearly coming in that it was not just terror launch pads, it was not just Jaish terror launch pads or the LET terror launch pads. It was the terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and the other terrorists that were target of this particular strike by India, and sources now telling us 9 targets, all successful. Give us details.
Hello.
Preeti, these 9 targets were actually chosen by the Indian forces together by the inputs that where all these terrorists who have been attacking and training terrorists to attack against India were involved. And this was the Lashkar-e-Taiba outfits, there were the Jaish-e-Mohammed outfits, Hafiz Saeed, who was being given a VIP treatment in Pakistan, was also targeted. And what we are learning from the sources that these 9 specific targets have been successfully destroyed in this particular operation Sindoor, and this is a big strike that not only gives a very strong message to Pakistan but avenges the deaths of 26 innocent tourists in Pahalgam. And all the 3 forces were activated in synergy. They had planned this kind of strategic attack using the latest weapon systems. These could be like scalp and hammer missiles of known for their precision strike and a range of 250 kilometers. So we need to wait for more official information coming in and the official information on the casualty figure too. But yes, this has been a successful operation. That is the assurance that has already come to us from the Indian Army and also the government of India, where it has said that this was a operation against terror after the Pahalgam attack, and all the 9 targets that were chosen they have been damaged, and there has been substantial damage on the part of these terror outfits, and there could be major casualties of the terrorists who were the most wanted terrorists by India in several attacks and terror incidents inside Indian territory.
Because LET headquarters in Muridke has also been attacked, something that has been accepted by the Ministry of External Affairs, Pakistan. Muridke is where Hafiz Saeed is holed up. His madarsas have been attacked, viewers, is what we've been given to understand. Right now, we don't know the casualty figures, but one thing in terms of confirmation that is coming in from government sources is that all 9 targets were successful. More news break right now coming in, and I'm going to take our viewers through that. Primary goal was to target top terrorist leaders, Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke. Once again, the TRF was behind the Pahalgam attack, ties into the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the LET, headed by, of course, Hafiz Saeed. Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke were the top targets when India struck. Why Muridke was targeted, this is all government sources coming in. Muridke near Lahore, headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, also known as the Jamaat-ud Dawa. It is led by Hafiz Mohammed Saeed, the mastermind. Viewers, let's hark all the way back to 2611. On the other hand, the link after 2611, a visit to Muridke exposed LET's connection to state actors as its ideological war against India. And it goes where retribution is concerned, viewers. Today, that circle is tied where it comes down of all the terror attacks that LET fostered in India. And right now, India hitting out at the LET headquarters, and government sources seeming to suggest and tell us that all 9 targets have been successful. So, whichever way one might look at it, this night has been history in the making, where at least India's response to Pakistan is concerned. I want to bring in General Meston, who is with us. General Meston, can you hear us now? All right, okay, we don't have General Meston. Can we try and connect to General Meston, and we're going to cut across to him. But I want to cut across. We have Piyush, who's joining us with the very latest. Piyush, word coming in that the Prime Minister monitored the operation through the course of the night. He was constantly briefed by the NSA. What more can you add?
Well, that's right, Preeti. We are learning from the top government sources that PM Narendra Modi has monitored the operation. So throughout the night, he was also briefed by various officials. So remember that in the last 2 weeks, Prime Minister himself has been chairing various meetings. He has been in touch with top officials of the government. He has been meeting with NSA, Home Secretary, Defense Secretary, and various other officials. And now what we are told is that all these 9 targets have been successful, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been constantly monitoring the operations throughout the night. That's what the top sources in the government have confirmed to us. So one thing is clear, that all the 9 targets have been successful, and Prime Minister was constantly monitoring each and every development. You would remember that the day Pahalgam terror attack had taken place, Prime Minister had cut short his Saudi Arabia visit, and he was when he was landed in Delhi, he was briefed by NSA, Foreign Affairs Minister, Foreign Secretary, and then very next day he chaired a cabinet committee on security. And today also, let us tell to our viewers that at 11 a.m. the cabinet meeting is expected, and we can expect some sort of word there in the cabinet also. So,
but between 10 to 11 a.m. in the morning, India will brief the world and Indian citizens of the details of Operation Sindoor, which has been a huge success, is what have been indicated, viewers. The modalities of that, with justice being delivered. Once again, we want to hark back on why India's hand was forced, why this was necessary, and one needs to only go back as early as 2 weeks ago and what happened in Pahalgam. There's news break that's coming in right now, viewers. Now, all of this is not to create panic. These are all advisories, especially for citizens who are looking at flying to areas like Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Bikaner, Dharamshala. Well, Indigo, the airline, has come up with a statement, and I want to bring in Sunilji Bhatt on that. Due to changing airspace conditions in the region, our flights to and fro from Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Bikaner, Dharamshala are impacted by the current airspace restrictions. So understandably, not to create panic, but standard operating procedure, especially at a time like this. There have been restrictions where airspace is concerned. Sunil, what more can you add?
Well, Preeti, Indigo has issued a statement, and as per that statement, it has said that due to changing airspace conditions in the region, our flights to and fro from Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Bikaner, Dharamshala are impacted by the current airspace restrictions. So clearly, the government, the security agencies are taking, precautionary measures, because after India's strong action against terror camps and, and against the LET headquarters, India's strike on Jaish's headquarters deep inside Pakistan in Punjab provinces, Bahawalpur. Now it's likely that Pakistan may try to resort to any kind of misadventure. We are ready. Our Air Force is on alert. All the 3 wings of the army are on alert, and in case there is any escalation, we are ready to give a befitting reply to the enemy. But for now, situation remains very sensitive. High alert has been sounded across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly at sensitive places. That includes line of control and India-Pakistan international border. We are ourselves heading towards some border areas, because there are reports that there is heavy shelling along the line of control. Pakistani troops have now resorted to heavy shelling, and they are targeting the villages that are located.
Sunil, I'm going to come in, and I want to just take our viewers through the latest news break that's coming in. And viewers, this is the first visual proof of India's airstrike on Pakistan. Hafiz Saeed's mosque has been hit in Muridke. The mosque has been linked to the LET terror activities. These visuals that you see on your television screen is the strike on Muridke. This is the mosque of Hafiz Saeed. Hafiz Saeed lives in Muridke. There have been multiple strikes in Muridke. The first visual evidence coming in right now, visual proof of India's strike on Pakistan. Hafiz Saeed's mosque hit in Muridke. One thing it's all tying in together, viewers, that the ultimate aim of India's strike was not just to take on the terror launch pads across the border in Pakistan, but actually, attack the monsters who foment the terror in Pakistan, the likes of Hafiz Saeed. And what you see on your television screen is a reflection of that. Shivani, what more can you add to this? All right, we seem to have lost Shivani. We're going to try and connect to Shivani, but these visuals that you're going to see on your television screen is the first visual proof of the mosque of Hafiz Saeed being hit in Muridke. Once again, I'm going to take you back to the official statement that came out and what our sources seem to suggest, that these were precise strikes that have taken place with precision weapons. And all of these 9 sites were clearly pinpointed by Indian intelligence. The RAW was one of the key figures in identifying these 9 locations across the border, and one of them is Hafiz Saeed's mosque in Muridke. More news coming in. What we've been given to understand that escalation across the border where LOC is concerned, multiple ceasefire reports coming in from Pakistan. Now, word also coming in half hour ago, Pakistan NSA, DG ISI, Lieutenant General Asim Malik dialed the US Secretary of State and a statement is awaited. So clearly India has briefed America. Pakistan also now reaching out. Pakistan has already deemed India's attack on these terror launch pads and an attack on terrorists like Hafiz Saeed an act of war. I want to cut across to Mir Farid, my colleague who's joining us. Mir, ever since 9:45 when these attacks have taken place, the LOC is hot. Heavy shelling across the border, multiple reports of ceasefire violations by Pakistan, and shelling now clearly in terms of artillery, it's heavy shelling. What are you witnessing? What are you hearing? What are you picking up?
Well, yes, in fact, shelling is happening. We spoke to some border residents. They are in panic, and it's not about small arms fire. Heavy at artillery. Artillery guns have been used, and those are pounding border areas, different areas. We're getting reports, but as far as Srinagar skies are concerned, they are silent. There is just a slight, you can hear the sound of UAVs, drones, but they are very high, but no major fighter jet activity. But I can also confirm to you that there is a plane crash, a fighter jet that has crashed in Pampore. That has happened in a residential area. Been told that this could be a Pakistani fighter jet that has been shot down by
That's big
Indian
news,
Air Battery.
Mir. Mir, would you give us more details? Can you give us more details? What are you telling us? You're saying a fighter jet, an F-16 of Pakistan, has been shot in Indian territory. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, absolutely. This has happened in Pampore, in the outskirts of Srinagar, and fire tenders were rushed to the location. There was a massive ball of fire as it hit the ground. Fortunately, we've been told that it did not crash straight on a house. It was an open area, very close to a house. And this could be a Pakistani fighter jet. Now, it could be an F-16, JF-17 Thunder. That obviously we can confirm in some time, but I can confirm to you that this has happened. And the fire services have rushed
Mir,
to the
it's
location.
a Pakistani fire jet. Once again, can you confirm? I'm sorry, I'm asking you that question again. You just want to put out verified, responsible information on air. What you're seeming to suggest is that a Pakistani jet had crossed over Indian territory. It's been shot on the Indian side.
Yes, that's the preliminary info I can give you, and we've also got some visuals on the same where fire services Jawans are trying to extinguish the fire. It is a fighter jet, and the debris of the fighter jet is scattered across that particular area. Now, exactly whether it is a F-16 or what is the brand of this particular fighter jet, we do not know.
Is the
but I can
pilot
confirm
dead,
to you.
or do we have any indication of the pilot of this jet?
Well, that's not clear because on the site, as of now, there are no bodies that have been recovered. But obviously, we know that he could have bailed out using the parachute, and that could have landed anywhere. That's also a possibility. But these are
so he could have
visuals that
ejected. Right now, no body is what we have been given to understand. Mir, once again, you know, viewers, we will only put out verified information responsibly at this time. It's very, very sensitive these times, and we only want to give out verified information. Mir, you're saying that you're confirming to our viewers that a fighter jet of Pakistan has been shot down in Indian territory, Pampore sector. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, absolutely. It is in the outskirts of Srinagar. Initially, they thought that this could be a UAV, but now the visuals that we're getting, I can see those visuals. This is definitely a fighter jet. The fuselage.
Mir, I'm going to come right back to you. Hold on to that information. Huge news break that Mir was giving us. I'm going to come back to that. But I want to also take our viewers through the latest news break that we are putting out. Sources have confirmed to India today that the Indian Armed Forces have conducted airstrikes inside Pakistani territory using Rafale fighter jets equipped with Scalp cruise missiles and Hammer precision-guided munitions. Indian Navy assets also involved for 9 precision strikes carried out from within the Indian airspace, targeting locations across the border. When it comes down to Scalp and Hammer missiles, viewers, these are precision weapons that we've been speaking of, that India has used over the course of the last 2 hours. The information that was filtering in is on these precision weapons that were used in the strike by India in 9 locations in Pakistan. Scalp and Hammer precision munition guided missiles, where the exact location where these missiles need to hit is loaded in and it doesn't deviate from the target. Shivani, you want to add more to this news break?
Preeti, what we are getting is that this was a well-coordinated tri-services operation, Operation Sindoor, where the air assets as well as the naval assets were also deployed along with the Indian Army. And the kind of weapons that could have been used, because, we are waiting for official confirmation, but what the sources are telling, the kind of precision strike that has taken place, this could have been using the Rafale jets and the Hammer missiles, the Scalp missiles that are known for their stealth technology. They cannot be detected in the radar easily, and they can fly up to a low altitude of 30 kilometers. So this could be one of the missiles that has been used against this terror outfit, all these 9 targets that have been destroyed now in Pakistan. And remember, in the naval assets also, the naval assets that were being deployed there, we were seeing that there were some inputs of the P-8I, that is a naval aircraft used for reconnaissance and surveillance purposes. So this was a well-coordinated effort by the armed forces. The missiles that have been used are Hammer and Scalp missiles that are known for their precision strike in a range of around 250 kilometers, and they can fly up to a low altitude without being detected. The stealth technology, the lethality of these weapons is well known, and thus it is being indicated that these could be the weapons that were used in this.
So Shivani, you're actually telling us that this was a tri-service missile strike. This is huge because this is coordination between the Army, the Air Force and the Navy, and in all possibility, Shivani,
So this is how this coordinated operation went on, and we are waiting for more official inputs, Preeti, as the press conference is scheduled for the day at around 10:30 in the national capital, where we'll be getting more details of the casualties to the kind of execution that this was done in this operation, and what all weapon systems and assets were utilized during the operation, and what are the future plans.
Shivani,
as we already
what we
have
can
been reporting
confirm
that there are
Shivani, what we can confirm, it was a coordinated tri-service missile strike. And that is huge because it was a coordination between all 3 forces, a tri-service missile strike on these Pakistan targets. All right, we don't seem to have Shivani with us. We're going to try and cut across to our other reporters getting us more. But viewers, I want to... All right, we do have Major General Sanjay Meston with us, defense analyst. General, can you hear me now? General, can you hear me? All right, okay, we don't seem to have Major General Sanjay Meston, at least as of now. We're going to try and cut across to him. But right now, viewers, what we can tell you, that Operation Sindoor, where precision weapons were concerned, a coordinated tri-service missile strike, we've been given to understand that even the Navy was deployed, and in all probability, some of the precision weapons that are being spoken of were actually fired by the Indian Navy. The Indian Armed Forces have conducted airstrikes inside Pakistan territory using Rafale fighter jets equipped with Scalp cruise missiles and Hammer precision guided munitions. Indian Navy assets also involved for 9 precision strikes carried out from within Indian airspace, targeting locations across the border. Shivani, what more can you add to this? Because it does seem that all of this was a well-coordinated tri-service missile strike on Pakistan.
Preeti, certainly this was a well-coordinated tri-services operation. That's what the release also says, that the Operation Sindoor was a well-carried-out strike against the terror outfits at different locations in Pakistan and POJK. In fact, these 9 targets have been neutralized. They have been destroyed. And the kind of execution was done was well indicated in advance since last 2 weeks, when we were seeing all the 3 all the 3 chiefs, including the Navy chief, the Air chief, and the Army chief. They were briefing the Prime Minister in the presence of Raksha Mantri, the CDS and the NSA. So it was quite indicative of the fact that all the 3 forces will be coordinating for a kind of strategic action that they will be taking ahead to neutralize and avenge the deaths of the 26 people in Pahalgam. And that's what has happened. What the sources have been indicating to us, Preeti, that the Navy was also involved, and we've been seeing how the operational drills were in action in the Arabian Sea. A lot of demonstrations were shown. Even the BrahMos was activated in one of the operations that we saw right after the Pahalgam attack. And we also saw how the P-8I aircraft of the Indian Navy was also conducting some drills in this whole area in the Arabian Sea. That means this was a closely coordinated operation between the 3 forces, the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy. The kind of assets that have been indicative of being used are the Rafale jets, the Sukhois and the other fighters of the Indian Air Force that have carried out this precision strike against Pakistan's terror outfits. And very important out here to mention that none of the military infrastructure or the civilian infrastructures have been hit in this kind of strike. That speaks about the precision, and this also involves loitering munition, that is the most advanced munition that is used for a specific target in a focused area. So a localized target in a specific area can be hit hard with whole lethality. These missiles that we are speaking about, it has been indicated by the sources, Preeti, that these missiles could have been used in this kind of operation. These are known for their lethality, their stealth, their precision on the targets, pinpoint targets, and the low altitude flying, 30 to 40 meters of altitude that can be taken. So we need to understand that this was a well-coordinated operation of the best of our weapon systems, techniques, and collaboration synergy. What India has been working on since past few years on the synergy between the forces, the Indian Army, Navy, and the Air Force. And in this particular Operation Sindoor, that synergy also shows, that target also shows, the lethality and the stealth weapon system usage is very evident. Preeti.
Well, you know, ultimately, viewers, this is retribution. 2 weeks down, it's retribution. Maybe if there is something called closure to family members of the 26 innocent lives that were lost in the Pahalgam airstrike, the Pahalgam terror strike. All right, viewers, we're getting in more information right now, and I want to bring in Sunil G. Bhatt, who's going to take us through all the 9 locations that were struck by India. Sunil ji, you want to come in and give us more details? All right, we have Mir Farid with us. Mir, Bawalpur, Muridke, Gulpur, Bimber, Chak, Amru, Bagh, Kotli, Sialkot, Muzaffarabad are the 9 locations which are hit. All of them where the intelligence was amassed by RAW, all of them terror launch pads, some of them hideouts of terrorists like Hafiz Saeed.
Absolutely, Preeti. This has taken quite a bit of homework as far as intelligences and the armed forces are concerned, because these are all hideouts of the Jaish-e-Mohammed Lashkar, especially Jaish-e-Mohammed, because while we have been repeatedly saying that they have been operating in shadow names like PAFF, like TRF, Kashmir Tigers, but we know that the mothership obviously is the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and we know who are operating Jaish-e-Mohammed and from where. So this is based on intel inputs from agencies, and on the basis of which these targeted attacks have happened, precise targeted attacks against locations of Jaish-e-Mohammed, especially Lashkar, in these 9, at least 8 to 9 sites which are in and around POK, Muzaffarabad. And we know that post the Pahalgam attack, and considering that Pakistan was expecting a response from India, some of these sites or terror launch pads and camps were vacated, but there were still reports that there were camps where there were Jaish and Lashkar terrorists. They're very much present, and it seems that all these sites have been targeted. One thing that has been made clear from the Indian side, from the army, is that no civilian assets, no Pakistani civilian assets or army formations have been targeted. It is precisely targeting the terror infrastructure, which has been bleeding India since ages. So that part has been made clear, though there are now reports coming in from Pakistan. Their DGISPR and others have said that, in fact, spoken about some casualties, at the same time saying that they will retaliate at their time of choosing and at their own time. So that threat has come from Pakistan. And Preeti, I can also tell you that a fighter jet, as we have reported, has crashed in Pampore. And in fact, we'll in some time, although we've got the visuals, get complete reports, because right now, even the security forces, the police hasn't reached the location. Based on eyewitness accounts and fire and emergency accounts, that it is a fighter jet. There is fuselage. There is a complete the damage to the fighter jet's parts are scattered everywhere. So that information I can confirm to you. But yes, a massive strike where all built forces, be it the army, all parts of the defense, the tri-services, their assets have been used to damage and to smash the terror infrastructure in Muzaffarabad, in and around POK. Preeti?
All right, so we gave out details of 9 locations, the terror pads where India struck. But, Mir, I want to get you back in. You mentioned, once again, I want to take you through the details that are coming in of a wreckage of a fighter jet in Pampore sector is what you're speaking of. Pakistan fighter jet that crossed over to Indian territory has been shot down. We don't know whether the Pakistani pilot is dead or alive.
Well, Preeti, as of now, sketchy information coming from the location. But yes, we've got confirmation that it is a fighter jet. Exactly which fighter jet, which brand, we do not know. We also have no confirmation about the pilot. So that obviously is something that will be clear in some time. But it was a massive fireball that locals reported. Post that, the Fire and Emergency Services Department was informed. And luckily, it has fell in between houses. It has smashed a compound wall. But we've been told that no one has been hurt on the ground. So that is a bit of fortunate news coming in, because it's a very congested area in Pampore where this incident has happened. A fighter jet that has crashed. And right now, in fact, I can tell you the wreckage is scattered all over. The fuselage, the nose, everything is evident. So we'll get to know in some time exactly in fact, which plane and what exactly was the nature of this particular crash.
You continue to stay with me. Joining me right now is U.S. Congressman Shri Thanedar, who's given out a statement supporting India, saying my statement on Indian strikes targeting terrorist infrastructure, terrorism should not be tolerated. Shri Thanedar is joining us with us. Thank you, Mr. Thanedar. We're getting a lot of support, global support at that. What India has done is nothing less or more than just retribution. We've given out a responsible statement in which we've clearly underlined that this should not be seen as escalation. This was measured, non-escalatory, and above all, only targeted terror launch pads and nothing to do with Pakistan army establishment, sir.
Yes.
The question, the question that I'd want to ask you is, India has briefed America. Pakistan has also gotten in touch with America. Now, will there be considerable global pressure on Pakistan? Because technically the ball is now in Pakistan's court. Pakistan deems what we have clearly defined as a retaliatory measure to attack terrorism as an act of war.
That's right. And, what I've asked the U.S. State Department to do is do a thorough investigation, investigate the attack in Pahalgam, where innocent Hindus were killed, that needs to be investigated, needs to be found out. Initial indications are that Pakistan has supported these terrorists. This is a state-supported terrorism act is what it looks like right now. But that needs to be investigated, as I'm asking for a congressional briefing on that. But this is a time of need, and the United States must stand by India as India fights terrorism. United States has stood by Israel when Israel is fighting terrorism. In the same way, United States must stand with India. I think India has done a very responsible response. They could have gone wild, but they did not. They have targeted specific infrastructure related to the terrorist attack, and India has a right to protect itself.
All right, appreciate you joining us at this morning, our morning, early morning. Appreciate you joining us. Right now there has to be a global responsibility as well. India, over the course last 3 or 4 hours, has briefed many nations on why India conducted this strike, the nature of this strike, why it only targeted terror launch pads and terrorists, and hoping right now, sir, that enough diplomatic pressure is built on Pakistan that it doesn't retaliate.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pakistan, not only that, but Pakistan must stop supporting terrorism. This is something that United States can use its relationship with Pakistan to ask for that, demand that. And if Pakistan continues to support terrorism, then U.S. must take economic sanctions. U.S. must use its power to make sure that Pakistan complies with its request to stop supporting terrorism across the world.
Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Thanedar. Thank you there, and for your solidarity and your support. Appreciate it. All right, viewers. Now, news coming in. Pakistan, like we pointed out earlier, has confirmed the India missile strike. The Pakistan Army has also confirmed till now that 8 have been killed in this strike there. So that's the latest news that is coming in, that Pakistan Army has given out a figure of 8 that have been killed. We also gave you the first visual evidence, and we're going to play that again, which is in Muridke, the mosque of Hafiz Saeed being attacked by these precision weapons. It's a tri-service strike, and nothing can not take away from the moment in history that viewers, that India stands on, where its retaliation to Pakistan is concerned. This has been truly a never-seen-before kind of retaliation which was promised by the government and has been delivered. Aptly titled Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor is a success. Justice, as per the Indian Army and India, has been delivered. The reason why this operation was called Operation Sindoor, because there were many young couples who, after getting married for their honeymoon, newlywed, had gone to Pahalgam, and there the husbands were picked and killed on the basis of their faith of being Hindu. I want to immediately cut across to my colleague Shivani, who's joining us live for more. Shivani, initial information coming in from Pakistan. The Pakistan Army has confirmed that 8 have been killed in this strike by India.
Preeti, these figures have come from the Pakistani army, but we cannot rely much on Pakistani figures because we know Pakistan of hiding its own casualties too. And what actually the casualties have been, we need to wait for the official confirmation at the press conference. But yes, Pakistan is conducting this briefing right now. It has already confirmed all those locations that were mentioned by India about these Operation Sindoor strikes, where major terror outfits have been, and Hafiz Saeed, for that matter, other Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed outfits have been there in all these locations. So We have been told through our sources that there has been substantial damage, no damage to the civil population out there, because these were the precision strikes that were carefully managed and strategically planned. There is information about how the three forces have conducted these strikes, but yes, Pakistan has confirmed that India has hit its terror outfits very hard. It has been bringing out this information now, as we've already spoken to the United States. NSA has briefed the United States about this operation that has been taken on by India, in which United States was standing as a support to India, as was conveyed in multiple statements, Preeti. Now, Pakistan has also apprised the United States about the same, and Pakistan has already given out a statement in which it has called India's Operation Sindoor an act of aggression, to which it reserves the rights to retaliate. But at the same time, we are also getting inputs from the line of control, Preeti, where ceasefire violations continue. But important and notable is that this time heavy artillery gunfires are being heard in this location, to which Indian Army is retaliating befittingly. But certainly there has been substantial damage in Pakistan and POJK, where these terror outfits were running, sheltering, harboring these terrorists who were acting against India and were also involved in the Pahalgam terror incident.
Shivani, stay with me on the news that we are breaking right now. Of the 9 targets successfully hit by the Indian forces, 4 are in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So 9 in total, 4 in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The 4 in Pakistan, in all probability, have to be in the Punjab province of Bahawalpur. The targets in Pakistan include Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot, Sarjal. Special ammunition was used to target the terror camps. It was a tri-service missile strike. Shivani, I want to pull you in on this. Can you take us through the details that are now coming in, the micro details of what has been a successful Operation Sindoor?
Sure, Preeti, this has been a strategically, meticulously planned operation by the Indian Defence Forces, not only Army, not only Air Force, but Indian Navy, Air Force and the Army all together. They had planned the strategic precision strike against the terror outfits in Pakistan and POJK in different areas, where 9 locations have been hit and neutralized, causing substantial damage to the terror outfits in this location. And the kind of ammunition that was used seems to be loitering ammunition, loitering munition that we say, because this is important to understand that India does not want to escalate any kind of tension, any kind of war with Pakistan. India believes that only and only the perpetrators, the terrorists, should be hit hard. No civilian should be damaged in this whole process. That is why specific choosing of these particular weapon systems was done. And we have to wait for more official confirmation on this, Preeti. But we know that how India has been transforming and having these kind of modern weapon systems that can be used for precision striking without causing any damage to the other targets other than what we want to. So these are the 9 specific locations, a focused, measured, precise operation that was carried out in Pakistan, because what the statement also says, that no military outfit or no military infrastructure was touched during these during these strikes which were carried out in Operation Sindoor. No civilians were hit. Only these particular terror outfits, where we've been seeing as the bases, the hubs of major terrorists who have been acting against India, be it Lashkar-e-Taiba or the Hafiz Saeed, who's been given a shelter out there, being treated as a VIP. So there might be substantial inputs on the number of casualties, the terrorists who have been destroyed and neutralized in this particular attack, and also the kind of weapon systems that have been utilized and used by the Indian forces. This was a coordinated, precise operation by the Indian forces, to which we were seeing a lot of deliberations happening in the national capital under the monitoring of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is still monitoring the whole situation while this operation was carried out, Preeti. NSA has already briefed the United States, I'm sorry, about this whole operation. A number of ambassadors have been briefed about this this operation that India has taken on. And at 1:30 a.m., the operation started. To be precise, it continued for a few minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, when India has hit these terror outfits hard in Pakistan without even entering the Pakistan's airspace. So we have those kind of weapon systems that have a long range. We have a number of missile systems, number of fighters that are capable of these kind of strikes. So what we are getting from the sources that this was a coordinated operation that had gone inside Pakistan without even entering their airspace and hit them with precision using the scalp and hammer missiles that are the most lethal stealth weapons that cannot be detected easily in radar systems. So this is the power of India's defense forces synergy and the modernization that India has been carrying out in past few years, Preeti. But yes, the situation is still developing. Indian forces are all deployed and on a high alert, not only in Jammu Kashmir, but on all the borders and inside also, as we were reporting of a mock drill that was to be conducted today around 4 o'clock. So we have to see that how the situation develops, what happens next, because LOC is activated. We've been reporting how heavy artillery firing goes on there in different sectors, to which India has been retaliating, and India is ready for any kind of action if Pakistan gets into any misadventure after Operation Sindoor. Preeti.
You know, Shivani, continue to stay on with me. Viewers, there's more breaking news coming in. And once again, none of this is to spread panic, just to give out information, because there are going to be travel advisories. There is going to be restriction where airspace is concerned. And I want to bring in Sunil G. Bhatt, because after Indigo, Sunil, now Air India has come up with its own travel advisory where many flights to many locations, especially where Rajasthan, Punjab, Kashmir are concerned, stand cancelled. Will you give us details?
Yes, Preeti, Air India has issued an advisory a short while ago, and as per that advisory and as per the statement that has come, the Air India has said that that it has cancelled its flights from certain locations, Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh and Rajkot. And these flights have been cancelled till 12 noon, and after that a call will be taken that what needs to be done next. And there are two international flights en route to Amritsar that are now being diverted to New Delhi. Remember, Amritsar is located right next to India-Pakistan international border. So all kind of precautionary measures are being taken, and this is being done in view of the escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan. But India has hit Pakistan hard, and Pakistan has been taught a lesson. Pakistan did not mend its ways. Time and again, India urged Pakistan to stop exporting terror, to shut its terror factories, but Pakistan continued to sponsor terrorism against India. And recently, what happened in Pahalgam, a horrific terror attack took place. Innocent people were targeted, and this was the tipping point. And now we decided to hit Pakistan hard, not only in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but we have hit the targets of Lashkar and Jaish deep inside Pakistan, in Pakistan's Punjab province, and this is huge. And that is why now high alert has been sounded across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly at sensitive places, whether it's the line of control and India-Pakistan international border. What we are learning from our sources is that Pakistan is resorting to heavy shelling right now along the line of control, particularly in Poonch district. Civilian villages have also been targeted. We are ourselves on our way to the border areas, and we are going to get ground reports from there. Preeti, back to you.
You know, Sunil, you might want to add to it, because as we're going to go along, viewers, we're going to give out information little by little, the fine print of what has been a hugely successful and historic operation that India has carried out with acute precision, viewers. More details coming in now. We gave you the list of the 9 locations that India has struck. Now, there is a new terror control room, or was, hopefully, a new terror control room in Muzaffarabad, which is in POK, from where Pakistan Army and the ISI plan major infiltration bids on Indian soil. The plan for infiltration of Jaish terrorists was always prepared from the new control room 88, built in Muzaffarabad, Pakistan. It was the launch pad of Jaish. The terrorists used to go to transit camps called Savai Nala in Muzaffarabad, Pakistan for infiltration with the help of the Pakistan army, and this is what was struck by India. The terrorists from Muzaffarabad were always bought for infiltration from the Dudhnia launch pad, 98 kilometers away from the transit camp of Savai Nala. So all of the 9 spots that India chose, curated, viewers. If you could curate terror launch pads, India did exactly that. The RAW was involved, intelligence agencies were involved, and 7 of these locations were picked, and only precision weapons were used to attack these 7 locations. Very responsibly after that, India gave out a statement stating that this is not an escalation. This was measured. It had to happen, especially after Pahalgam, and India only attacked terror launch pads and nothing to do with installations of the army. On the other side, clearly Pakistan is reading this as an act of war and is looking to retaliate at a time of its own choosing. India at the back of, kid you not, what is history in the making. Kid you not. What has happened is history in the making of India's retaliation to Pakistan of constantly fomenting terror. But as we go on, we are giving you, the fine print, the details that are coming through of what has been a super historic and successful Operation Sindoor. Retribution, revenge, and if one can call it, closure to 26 families and their loved ones who lost their loved ones in the Pahalgam terror attack. Closure at some level for them. Aptly titled, and sadly, there's a bit of irony to it. Operation Sindoor, because many young women lost their husbands newlywed on their honeymoon to this terror attack at Baisaran Meadow in Pahalgam. These visuals that are coming in would possibly burn into the memory space of anyone who would think of fomenting trouble or terror in India again. This is payback, viewers, and this is as big as it gets. I have with me Ankit Kumar, my colleague, who's going to take us through the 9 locations that India picked, curated as terror hotspots and targeted them with precision weapons. Ankit.
So Preeti, the entire list, although the official announcement from the Indian Armed Forces is yet to be made, but going by whatever official word that has been put in so far from Indian side, as well as the press conference that was just addressed by the DG ISPR from Pakistan Army, we can divide the entire area into 2 parts. First was the HQ. When we talk about Bahawalpur, when we talk about Muridke again is so critical. We talk about Pahalgam. What about justice for 26/11? When 26/11 happened, all the subsequent reports pointed out to Muridke. That was the place where people like Ajmal Amir Kasab, they were recruited, they were trained, right? So a Lashkar HQ in Pakistan, again, Bahawalpur, Jamia Subhanallah. Very interestingly, DG ISPR said east of Ahmadpur. He did not say Bahawalpur, right? East of, because everybody understands Bahawalpur is Jaish-e-Mohammed HQ, right? Interestingly, in March, first week, India Today, we did a story, we brought a story. We showed using satellite pictures how the HQ of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been expanding in size, and that was very much visible in satellite imagery. That was only 2 months back. So Bahawalpur has been targeted. As per Pakistani military, it's Ahmadpur East. So what we are given to believe is that Jamia Subhanallah, the HQ of Jaish-e-Mohammed, has been targeted. We now have confirmed visual evidence from Muridke that the entire mosque has been taken down. So unlike
this is Hafiz Saeed's mosque.
This is Lashkar-e-Taiba HQ. This is the place where 26/11 perpetrators came from. This is the place where recruitment happens. All the dossiers point out way back from 2009. All these dossiers, they all point out to this place called Muridke. And now we have visual confirmation, unlike Balakot, where very precise weapons were
Only
used.
satellite imageries were in place at that point of time. And now
We now have visual confirmation based on local social media accounts who have posted these videos 2-3 hours back, confirming that visual damage can be seen. The second part of these attacks, POK, Muzaffarabad, those kind of places, these were what we call terror launch pads. Temporary places, not HQ level places, but these are the places where recruits who have been trained are sent in POK. So the entire plan, the entire target list can be divided into two parts. One, places like Kotli, Muzaffarabad,
Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
Pakistan-occupied
And then
Kashmir.
province Punjab,
And
which is
then
headquarters
mainland Pakistan, where HQs, recruitment centers, training centers of Jaish as well as Lashkar-e-Taiba exists.
So basically, Ankit, these 7 locations that India struck were chosen, curated with precision, as you said very clearly, as Ankit made it clear, divided in 2 categories. One, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir terror launch pads, and then headquarters of terrorist organizations like the Jaish, like the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the LET. And viewers, tie it in, the TRF, responsible, which has taken responsibility for the Pahalgam attacks, ties into the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the LET. The LET responsible for 26/11. So it's retribution coming in full circle, not just for Pahalgam. You go all the way back to 26/11 and the hundreds of terror attacks that have taken place in the country, which had the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Correct, Ankit?
The visuals that we are showing on our screen is from Muridke.
The one that are coming in of the burning building.
This burning building is the place, the heart of Lashkar operations for more than 20 years now. This is the heart where Hafiz Saeed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, they all take their oxygen from. So they recruit from all parts of Pakistan, but the training, etc., all according to several intelligence dodges. You know, after 26/11, there was so much of documentation on how Lashkar works, where the recruits were hired, where they get training, where they get all sorts of military training. Every proof of evidence pointed towards this place called Muridke. You know, Muridke was perhaps the most.
So India
talked about.
struck the nerve center of terror.
Yes, and let me repeat, unlike 2016 September, unlike February 2019, this time the damage is very much visible, as you can see in these pictures.
Exactly, because still now in Pakistan denied the surgical strikes. You know, there was evidence in terms of only satellite imagery, and here you have Pakistan admitting that India struck. You have visual evidence that is coming in from multiple sources. More details coming in, more news break coming in. Full details of India's strike on Pakistan and POK. Of 9 targets hit by India, terror hub in Muzaffarabad exposed, Pakistan Army ISI control room, 88 used for infiltration plots. Sources suggest, now all of this is coming in from source-based information. Pakistan Army and ISI plan major infiltration operation from this new base. The control room, codenamed 88, used to coordinate Jaish terror moves. Jaish launch pad active inside Muzaffarabad facility. Infiltration blueprints regularly made in control room 88. Pakistan Army ISI-backed terror network uncovered. Terror launch operations traced to Muzaffarabad hub. And that is what was attacked and struck by India in the missile strikes. Munish Pandey, my colleague, joining us for more. Munish, what more can you add?
Well, Preeti, it appears that India is struck where it was needed the most, and that is why very specifically the input were not only received but it was materialized also, because this time India has struck on the control room of Jaish-e-Mohammed. There is a place in Muzaffarabad called Sawai Nala. It is 98 kilometers away from Muzaffarabad, and that place was used by Jaish-e-Mohammed as a control room. It was codenamed 88, and with the help of ISI, with the help of Pakistan Army, many activities were planned against India. So this was a terror hub as far as Pakistan is concerned. ISI was fully involved in this. even Pakistan, our army was involved in the operations of this Jaish-e-Mohammed control room. But now what we have been given to understand is that this place was targeted by India, and now it has been struck down in the Indian strike, which is in Muzaffarabad. So it's a huge success, not only for Indian Army, not only for India, but as far as India's action against terrorism is concerned. Remember, India, this Muzaffarabad reference came just within 24 hours when the Pahalgam terror attack took place, and that time there was credible information that even the terrorists who were involved in this terror attack, they were from Muzaffarabad, they were trained in Muzaffarabad, and that is why this input was particularly developed. All the information was gathered, and later when the inputs were confirmed in today's strike, this particular control room has been struck down. Preeti.
Well, you're right there. Vengeance, revenge, retribution, whatever we might call it, history has been scripted, viewers, today. And it ties in not just to Pahalgam, with multiple terror attacks that Pakistan chose to bleed India with. I want to also bring in, Munish, with what Munish was elucidated, Ankit, this is the second part that you were speaking of, because at one part you spoke of mainland Pakistan, which of course the province of Punjab, Muridke, targeted the headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. On the other hand, the code word 88, where it was the headquarter of the Jaish, which was Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
So, I know we are calling it Operation Sindoor, but this again, and it is so important to reiterate, this is not only limited to Pahalgam. When we talk about Bahawalpur, why Bahawalpur is so critical? You remember the Parliament attack. You remember the Pathankot airbase attack. All these attacks are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Jaish-e-Mohammed HQ, again, Bahawalpur in Pakistan. And this Bahawalpur was not an easy target. There is a Pakistan Air Force base in that particular city. So for the Indian Air Force to be able to strike a place...
Can I cut you short? And the reason I'm doing so, Ankit, is entirely because the US Secretary Marco Rubio has tweeted out, and I'm just quoting, "I'm monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan closely. I echo POTUS's comments earlier today," that POTUS is, of course, the President of the United States of America, "that this hopefully ends quickly and will continue to engage both India and Pakistan leadership towards a peaceful resolution." This is very important, viewers, because right after India conducted these strikes in Pakistan, it put out a press release where it clearly stated that this should not be read as escalatory. This was a very, very measured response only to target terrorist launch pads and terrorists, and did not touch any military establishment or installation. And what really needed to be underlined in India's response at that point of time, viewers, was this should not be seen as escalatory. Pakistan, on the other side, has called what India's attack on terror an act of war. Now, India, immediately, the NSA Ajit Doval reached out to America, briefed America on the nature of India's attack on Pakistan and why it needed to conduct it, and especially the locations where it has attacked Pakistan. And on the other hand, Pakistan has also, viewers, reached out to America. Will there now be considerable global pressure? Because the ball technically is in Pakistan's court. Pakistan can choose to look at this as India's attack on terror, however, in the kind of language expected that is coming in from the Pakistan army, from the Pakistan dispensation, political dispensation, seems to suggest that Pakistan would be looking to escalate it. We're already in a place of high escalation where there's heavy shelling going on across the line of control. And from here on, will there be enough global pressure on Pakistan to not retaliate on what was a rightful strike by India? Listen in to the President of the United States of America.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades
Any message to
and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly. No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades
Any message to
and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
All right, so at the back of it, after being briefed by India, Ajit Doval, NSA, we have also been given to understand that Pakistan has also reached out to the United States of America. The U.S. Secretary of State, Mark Rubio, has tweeted out a short while back saying, I'm monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan closely. I echo what the President's comments earlier today, that this hopefully ends quickly and will continue to engage both India and Pakistani leadership towards a peaceful resolution. I want to connect right now immediately to SP Vaid, former DGP, Jammu and Kashmir. SP Vaid, how do you read the situation currently? The LOC, hot, heavy shelling, not just small weaponry. We are looking at, mortar, artillery shelling coming in where the LOC is concerned. Also word coming in of India of bringing down a fighter jet from Pakistan in the Pampore sector.
See, Honorable Prime Minister promised taking revenge of what happened in Pahalgam, and I think the Indian Armed Forces, all the three services have, in a coordinated operation, hit back exactly on the terror camps, and 9 of them, I'm told, in Pakistan and POK, including Muridke, which we know is the headquarters of Lashkar, and Bahawalpur, headquarters of Jaish. I think it's a significant achievement, and the whole world recognizes India's capability, and Pakistan must understand that we will hit back. India's value system, we avoided the civilian areas. We have a value system. We do not hit the civil people, though the difficulty was that most of these training camps and these terror camps are within the civilian areas. That is the difficulty. So I think a precise hit has been made by through the missiles and our systems. India has that capability. So the whole world is watching, and Pakistan should understand and not escalate. If it escalates, it will be taught lesson by Indian Armed Forces. And my appeal through you to the people that don't listen to Pakistan's propaganda.
True.
Just listen to Indian Armed Forces press brief.
Sir, you're bang on. You're very right, because there's lots of misinformation. There are lots of claims coming in from Pakistan at this point of time. And, this is Pakistan propaganda. I think, and it's best to caution our viewers at that as well. But, Mr. Vaid, do you see this as historic now, somewhere down the line? Because, you've been the former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. You've seen the situation at very close hands. Striking Muridke, striking the headquarters of Jaish in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Do you think the deliverance, the deterrence that we were speaking of has finally happened?
It will have a deterrent effect, and they will think 10 times before strike. They would know that India has hit the mother of their training camps, and that means if next time, whenever they think of an attack like this, they will think twice that we can again be hit. So I think the message is very, very clear. We are long of the arm of the armed forces, can get your neck wherever you hide. That is very important.
Importantly, SP Vaid, the LOC in multiple areas right now hot. What we've been given to understand, Pakistan has now started mortar and artillery shelling in Tangdhar sector of Kupwara, and this will only escalate. So we are in a situation of very high escalation, especially where the LOC is concerned.
Yes, that is the apprehension, and I think people are careful in this whole international border and the LOC of Jammu and Kashmir, and armed forces are very, very alert. If they try to escalate, we will give a befitting reply. I'm told they don't have ammunition for more than 5-6 days. So I think Pakistan better, I hope the better sense prevails and they do not escalate it. But let's hope things cool down after this. But if they try to escalate, India will give a befitting reply. And I think that our government has demonstrated.
So one final question before we let you go. A well-coordinated, precise strike where tri-services were concerned. This is historic in nature.
Yes, it is. In fact, that shows how India's armed forces work with precision, all the three services. That's why you saw during Prime Minister's meeting, CDS along with all three service chiefs and NSA. So the coordination is taking place very precisely. All three services in unison have responded to the challenge posed to India. And I think our armed forces have demonstrated that very, very clearly to the world.
Appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you, SP Ved, for joining us this morning. Once again, viewers, one thing that we cannot emphasize enough on this morning, this would be our red letter day, where Operation Sindoor is concerned, where India's response to terror, and this is history in the making when it comes down to that, because this will go down in the annals of Indian history of how India retaliated. It doesn't just tie in to retribution or response or retaliation where Pahalgam is concerned. You can get all the way back to 26/11 and the multiple terror strikes that Pakistan has bled us with. We were speaking of how it was a tri-service strike, a well-coordinated strike with precision where all three services, be it the Air Force, the Indian Army and the Indian Navy, were concerned. Weapons of precision were used. Scalp cruise missiles, long-range air-launched cruise missiles. Their range is over 500 kilometers. And what is, one of their biggest factors that is that it strikes with precision. The warhead, 450 kgs broach warhead. Guidance, GPS, inertia, navigation system, launch platform.
यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि लोग भी काफी यहाँ पर आ गए हैं. हम इनसे बातचीत करने का प्रयास करते हैं. भाई साहब, मुझे बताइए कि जिस प्रकार से जो पाकिस्तान के जो आतंकी ठिकाने हैं उनको हमने ध्वस्त कर दिया है यहाँ पर, मुझे बताइए क्या कहेंगे आप? जो देर रात जो कार्रवाई हुई, पता नहीं हमें. अच्छा, अभी आए? हाँ, अभी आए. तो रात भर क्या माहौल था यहाँ? पता नहीं, हम सोए हुए थे. तो अभी आप बाहर आ गए? तो यहाँ पर लोग जो हैं अभी उन्हें ज्यादातर लोग जो हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें भी एकदम से ये जब सूचना मिली कि यहाँ पर तनाव बढ़ गया है सीमा के पास, क्योंकि यहाँ पर कुछ एक्टिविटी भी देखी गई थी, एरियल एक्टिविटी भी देखी गई थी और पाकिस्तान ने यहाँ पर दुस्साहस करने का प्रयास किया था और पाकिस्तान के हर दुस्साहस का यहाँ पर मुंहतोड़ जवाब भी दिया गया है. और यहाँ पर अगर हम देखें तो सुरक्षा बल भी भारी संख्या में तैनात है. वहाँ पर देखिए लोग भी काफी ज्यादा जमा है. हम यहाँ पर लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया भी लेंगे. लेकिन जिस प्रकार से भारत ने एक बड़ी इच्छा शक्ति दिखाई है, पाकिस्तान के जो आतंकी ठिकाने हैं उनको ध्वस्त किया गया है और ये बहुत ही बड़ा डेवलपमेंट है. जो आतंक के खिलाफ हम लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं यहाँ पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, उसमें हमें बड़ी सफलता मिली है और उसके लिए हमने बड़े बोल्ड कदम उठाए हैं. और जिस प्रकार से किसी ने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी कि ऐसा भी समय आएगा कि हम मुरीद के को स्ट्राइक करेंगे, हम बहावलपुर को स्ट्राइक करेंगे, क्योंकि 26/11 के आतंकी हमले के बाद भी ये बात सामने आई थी कि इस बात पर विचार किया जा रहा था कि लश्कर के जो ठिकाने हैं उनको निशाना बनाया जाए. लेकिन उस समय फिर ऐसा नहीं हुआ. लेकिन इस बार पहलगाम में जो बर्बर आतंकी हमला हुआ उसके बाद भारत ने अब कड़ी कार्रवाई की है. बताइए.
बहुत अच्छा हमला किया जी इंडियन आर्मी ने और इनका जवाब चाहिए भी था पाकिस्तान को, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान ने हमारे मासूम भाई बहन जो पहलगाम में हमला किया उसके ऊपर, और ये हमें बहुत खुशी की बात है कि इंडियन आर्मी ने उनके घर जाके घुस के मारा उनको.
यहाँ पर रात भर क्या माहौल रहा अखनूर सेक्टर की अगर हम बात करें?
रात को तो नॉर्मल ही था, तो सुबह हम जैसे ही 2-2:30 बजे तो हमारी नींद आवाजें आई हमें,
आवाजें यहाँ पर
आवाजें आई तो और हम जैसे ही उठे तो तब तक हो गया था ऑपरेशन। फिर हमने न्यूज चैनल खोल दिए तो आज तक
यहाँ पर भी कुछ ऑपरेशंस चल रहे हैं।
जी हाँ, अभी आर्मी कर रही है, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं अभी। ठीक है,
आप बताइए जी, आप बताइए क्या रहा रात भर यहाँ पर, क्या चलता रहा?
ये रात भर बहुत अच्छा रहा, जो पाकिस्तान को जवाब दिया है इंडियन आर्मी ने, ये बहुत अच्छा जवाब दिया। हम इसी की उम्मीद लगाए हुए थे। हम ये जितना अखनूर का जूथ है ये फौज के साथ खड़ा है। हमने पहले भी कहा कि हम फौज के साथ शान बशाना खड़े हैं। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की, इंडियन आर्मी, इंडियन आर्मी, इंडियन आर्मी, भारत माता की जय।
तो यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि भारत माँ की जय का जयघोष हो रहा है, भारत माता की जय का जयघोष हो रहा है। और अगर हम देखें यहाँ पर श्वेता, इस समय आप देखिए कि सुरक्षा बल जो है भारी संख्या में तैनात है और लोगों को कहा जा रहा है कि वो एहतियातन सुरक्षित स्थानों पर जाए, क्योंकि यहाँ पर अभी भी लगातार एक्टिविटी हो रही है। और अगर देखा जाए रात भर भी यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान ने दुस्साहस करने का प्रयास किया था और उस दुस्साहस का मुंहतोड़ जवाब यहाँ पर अखनूर सेक्टर में नियंत्रण रेखा में यहाँ पर भारतीय सेना ने पाकिस्तान को दिया है। क्योंकि जैसे ही हमने पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त किया, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान बौखला गया और पाकिस्तान ने यहाँ पर नियंत्रण रेखा पर अगर हम देखें तो तनाव बढ़ाने का यहाँ पर दुस्साहस किया और उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब भारतीय सेना ने दिया है। यहाँ पर अगर हम देखें तो एक स्थान पर यहाँ आग भी लगी हुई है। मैं कैमरा पर्सन से कहूंगा आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। वो देखिए तस्वीरें, अभी फिलहाल ये स्पष्ट नहीं हो रहा है कि ये क्या हुआ है, लेकिन हमने पाकिस्तान के जो भी दुस्साहस इस क्षेत्र में हुए हैं उस दुस्साहस का मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है और पाकिस्तान के हर उस दुस्साहस को विफल कर दिया गया है। क्योंकि जैसे ही पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकानों को हमने निशाना बनाया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो लश्कर के ठिकाने हैं, जैश के ठिकाने हैं, खूंखार आतंकी संगठन के जो ठिकाने हैं उनको ध्वस्त किया गया। उसके बाद बौखलाहट में पाकिस्तान ने यहाँ अगर देखा जाए तो जम्मू कश्मीर के कई इलाकों में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया और यहाँ पर शेलिंग भी काफी ज्यादा हुई और उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब भारतीय सेना लगातार यहाँ पर दे रही है। श्वेता।
All right, my colleague Sunil G. Bhatt reporting from Akhnur, where you can see the residents there. They've been coming out because it was right after that attack by India. There has been heavy artillery fire across the LOC in the Akhnur sector and other areas of the LOC as well. We're going to continue to cut across to our correspondents who are making their way to various points of the LOC, which right now are reverberating with mortar fire. Word coming in that especially Pakistan, in Kupwara, in Uri, in Poonch, in Akhnur, that we just pointed out there, has upped the exchange of fire, and it's no longer small firearms that are being used, but heavy mortar shelling continuing across the LOC. That was Sunil G. Bhatt reporting, but what you continue to see on your television screen, viewers, and I would reckon that that visual is going to burn into the memory space of anyone who wants to foment trouble and terrorism on Indian soil. And that is that visual of that bomb dropping in Muridke. And I want to bring in Ankit Kumar, who's going to be talking a little bit more of the importance of that visual, Ankit, because this has taken years, decades in the coming for India in terms of deliverance and retribution.
So let's talk about target number one. That's Bahawalpur. HQ of Jaish-e-Mohammed, roughly 100 kilometers from international border, situated on a highway but very close to a Pakistan Air Force base. So you have to understand why Masood Azhar felt so safe establishing Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters at a place where Pakistani fighter jets would be stationed only a few kilometers away. And as I said earlier, 2 months back, using satellite imagery, we established how this HQ has been expanding ever since Pakistan was sort of whitelisted from FATF grey list. So that's target number one, responsible for Pathankot attack, responsible for Parliament attack, responsible for hundreds of attacks over past 30 years. That's the HQ. That is where all the Jaish cadres, all the Jaish commanders used to gather. All the planning was, that was the nerve center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, led by Maulana Masood Azhar. Second, Muridke, roughly 30 kilometers from Samba border. That is the nerve center of Hafiz Saeed's Lashkar. Remember, Hafiz lives in Lahore, but Lashkar lives in Murid Ke, very small tehsil, very small place. Again, right besides a highway, but slightly more populated than Jaish-e-Mohammad's HQ. Murid Ke first came into light after the 26/11 attack, when all the dossiers pointed towards this one place called Murid Ke. Even the Western intelligence from US, from UK pointed towards this place called Murid Ke. So justice has been due for Murid Ke for past 30 years now. Third location, again, it's a place called Gulpur, roughly 35 kilometers from Poonch Rajouri. Why this place was so important? Because in 2023, there was an attack in Poonch. Intelligence pointed towards this place. This was the epicenter where everything was planned, all the training was done. So that is why this particular target was picked. Fourth target, again, what Pakistanis call Sawai Mosque. We call it Lashkar Camp Sawai. Again, inside POK, Tangda sector. Our intelligence agencies believe that the perpetrators of Pahalgam attack used this particular place.
Okay.
Right. So that is why it is important. So when we talk about all these targets, it is not only limited to Pahalgam. This is a revenge for past 30 years of terrorism that has been bleeding India into several cuts. Remember Mumbai, remember Pathankot, remember Uri, everything. All those targets, those 9 centers have been picked. No symbolism here, right? These are actions with very solid consequences, right? To be able to strike a place which is only few kilometers away from a PAF base, this is no joke. This is no symbolism. So India has now kind of up the ante. This cannot be compared with Balakot, cannot be compared with Uri. It is much higher level of response, hitting Jaish-e-Mohammed HQ, hitting Lashkar HQ, as well as those launch pads in POK, in Muzaffarabad, in Kotli. That is so important.
You know, that's where Ankit elucidating why India chose with precision, why India took 2 weeks, and if I can use the word, to curate the terror launch pads that India needed to strike. And viewers, like I said, this night has been history in the making. It's a watershed moment in India's response when it came down to retaliation against terror coming in from Pakistan soil. India will remember this, and so will Pakistan. Till now, what we do know is, we're expecting a press brief where the statement that has come in from the army, that justice have been delivered, Operation Sindoor has been a success. You have the defense minister who said Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And at the back of it, just right after, India conducted these strikes on Pakistan responsibly. As a responsible nation, we put out a press release in which what really is that needed to be read were 4 lines, where India said, this is not escalation. This was a measured, non-escalatory response. It also said that India only targeted terror hotspots and launch pads and did not strike any Pakistan military establishment or installation. At the back of it, Pakistan admitted to these strikes, however, called this an act of war. India striking on these terror outfits, calling it an act of war. I want to cut across. We have Sunil G. Bhatt and Asim Basi with us. Sunil, what's the latest? You're at the Akhnur sector, lots of shelling where the border areas are concerned across the LSC. What are you picking up?
Preeti, right now we are in Akhnur sector of Jammu region, and late last night there was some air activity here also. India carried out strikes on the terror hotspots in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Lashkar's headquarters, which is located in Murid Ke, there many places were targeted, as well as in Bahawalpur where Jaish's headquarters is located. And as far as Akhnur sector is concerned, after India carried out strikes against Pakistan. Pakistan tried to indulge in a misadventure, and there was air activity here in Akhnur sector also, and Indian Army gave a befitting reply to Pakistan here. And right now you can see that a large number of people have come out of their homes, and because as soon as they learned that there was retaliatory action by India, the people came out and they are here boosting the morale of our jawans. We will speak to the locals here. यहाँ पर रात पर क्या हुआ, यहाँ क्या माहौल?
रात को कुछ आवाज़ ही आई थी, को 2-2:30 बजे के करीब, तो सारे लोग जागे थे उस टाइम, कुछ पता नहीं चला, पर अब धीरे धीरे सुबह पता चला है कि पाकिस्तान के ऊपर अच्छी स्ट्राइक की है भारत ने, और मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। जो पहलगाम में हमारे लोगों को उन्होंने शहीद किया, उनको करारा जवाब दिया गया है इसमें। हाँ,
तो यहाँ आप बताइए, जो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया गया है पाकिस्तान को, क्या कहेंगे उस पर?
अच्छा किया, होना भी चाहिए था। काफ़ी देर हुआ है परेशान थे, जो 28 लोगों को जाने गई है, इसी वजह से अच्छा किया जो स्ट्राइक किया, बहुत अच्छा।
You can see that people are expressing their happiness that Pakistan has been given a befitting reply. We have carried out strikes deep inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab province, but 2 locations, Bahawalpur, Muridke, and we have also hit the terror hotspots in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This is huge and unprecedented, because even after 26/11, there was talk about targeting the Lashkar headquarters in Punjab province, but at that time this was not done. But this time this option has been explored. A strong will has been shown by the government, and Pakistan's terror factories have been targeted, and a befitting reply has been given to Pakistan. And here, as far as Akhnur sector is concerned, you can see that large number of people have come out to boost the morale of our jawans. There you see that a large number of Indian Army personnel are deployed here. They are maintaining strict vigil, because all through the night there was air activity here in Akhnur sector also, and Pakistan tried to indulge in misadventure, and a befitting reply was given by the Indian Army to Pakistan's provocation. Right now there is the strict vigil here near the line of control here in Akhnur sector. People have come out, they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, they are boosting the morale of the army personnel, and they are also reaching out to the army personnel and asking them whether they need any food or...
All right, we seem to have lost Sunil. We're going to try and connect back to Sunil, but I want to bring in, because these images, viewers, once again, just look at these 2 splitting images. And Ankit will weigh in on this image, Ankit, because this was what Hafiz Saeed's mosque in Muridke looked like. Basically, the LET headquarters looked like before India strike, and this is what it looks like after.
Slight correction, Preeti. The mosque on the left is the Bahawalpur Jamia Subhanallah Mosque. So that belongs to Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed.
We're going to correct that. We're going to correct the location.
Visuals on the right is Muridke, the nerve center of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So what you see on your left is an aerial shot of Jamia Subhanallah,
which is Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Which is Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters in Bahawalpur. This is what we call the nerve center of all entire Jaish operations. Remember, in 2019, India struck Balakot. Balakot was kind of a intermediary place, right? The main spot, where the action actually begins, that is Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters in Bahawalpur. Intelligence suggests that Jaish chief Masood Azhar was here as recently as last year in November. Remember, we had put out satellite pictures that showed that this place actually has been increasing over past 2-3 years. Satellite pictures confirm that. There are intelligence intercepts that shows Rauf Asghar, Talha Saif, all these people continuously gathering at this place. Even recruits from all over Pakistan, even from Afghanistan border, they are brought at this very place for training, for indoctrination, and this is the actual launch pad, right? From this place, they are sent to places like Balakot, places like POK, Kotli, Muzaffarabad. But this is the place Masood Azhar believed was so secure because of the presence of PAF base in this particular city. So this is probably the first target, the most high-profile target that has been hit in this operation. The visuals that you are seeing is again a very smaller place called Muridke. HQ of Lashkar, operational HQ, if I may say so, first came in limelight after 26/11, because when Azmal Amir Kasab was arrested, he gave out details of his training of his accomplices. All these people were taken to a place called Murid Ke. They were given armed training. They were provided details how to conduct 26/11 attacks. So when we try to sum up this entire operation, this is not only a revenge for Pahalgam. It is revenge for 26/11. It is revenge for Pulwama. Remember, Pulwama in 2019 was done by Jaish-e-Mohammed. Balakot happened because Jaish-e-Mohammed had a base in Balakot. But again, the nerve center of Jaish-e-Mohammed was not Balakot. It was this place. It has been since 2001. So this is perhaps the most high-profile terror target. It is equivalent to US hitting Abbottabad in 2011, if not bigger than this, because in this particular case, there's not one target. You have 9 targets, and at least 2 of them
have been hit.
At least 2 of them are the operational headquarters. Murid Ke as well as Bahawalpur. These are operational headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba.
You know what he's also elucidated is that why Murid Ke was picked, viewers, because this is redemption, as it comes. It's retribution, and it's payback for decades of terror that Pakistan has bled India with. I want to cut across right now, go to my colleague from the Atari border. All right, okay, before we cut across to the Atari border, Arvind Oja joins us from Uri. Arvind, what's the latest?
देखिए प्रीति, सबसे पहले बताऊं, इंडिया टुडे के पास सिर्फ ये जानकारी है 2 बड़े ठिकाने जो पाकिस्तान में मौजूद हैं उनको उड़ाया गया है। जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक जो लश्कर तोयबा का हेडक्वार्टर है, जिसका नाम मरकजे तोयबा कहा जाता है, उसको उड़ा दिया गया है जो ये अटैक हुआ है उसमें। और ये हाफिज सईद का ब्रेन कह सकते हैं जो मुरीदके में मौजूद है, उसको इंडियन एजेंसीज ने, भारतीय सेना ने मिसाइल अटैक में उड़ाया है। जबकि जो दूसरा जो बड़ा आतंकी ठिकाना है वो है मसूद अजहर का मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह, उसको उड़ाया गया है। और ये दोनों ठिकाने पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुके हैं, जो हमें जानकारी मिली है। बकायदा जो भारतीय खुफिया एजेंसी रॉ है उसने इन जो हाइडआउट्स है, जो ठिकाने हैं, उनको बकायदा आइडेंटिफाई किया था और उसके बाद ये 2 ठिकाने वो पूरी तरह से उड़ा दिए गए हैं। ये हमें जानकारी मिली है अभी। लेकिन ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी खबर है, क्योंकि लगातार जो इंडियन एजेंसीज है वो आइडेंटिफाई करती रहती थी, जो खासतौर से मरकजे तोयबा जो मुरीदके में हाफिज सईद का ठिकाना है। लश्कर के सारे आतंकवादी यहीं पर ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं। लश्कर के कई आतंकवादी सैकड़ों की तादाद में यहाँ मौजूद रहते हैं। और जब भी भारत में हमला होता था तब भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती तो यही पता चलता था कि जो लश्कर तोयबा का ठिकाना है मुरीदके में, वहाँ ट्रेनिंग हुई है। 26/11 जो हमला हुआ था उसके जो आतंकी थे वो भी यहीं पर ट्रेनिंग लिए थे मरकजे तोयबा में। तो इसको उड़ा दिया गया है मिसाइल अटैक में। आपको याद होगा संसद भवन पे हमला हुआ था, वो जो ट्रेनिंग हुई थी वो हुई थी मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह में। उस मस्जिद को भी जो जैश का ठिकाना है उसको भी उड़ा दिया गया है। ये हमें खुफिया एजेंसियों से जानकारी मिली है और सटीक जानकारी है इंडिया टुडे के पास कि ये 2 ठिकाने जैश के, इनको उड़ा दिया गया है। और ये बहुत बड़ी बात इसलिए भी है क्योंकि हमेशा इंडियन एजेंसीज जब भारत में कोई हमला होता था तो ये जो ठिकाने थे वो आइडेंटिफाई होते थे और इंडियन एजेंसीज बाकायदा वहां की मूवमेंट ट्रैक करती थी। लेकिन कभी नहीं कोई सोचा नहीं होगा कि इस जगह पर भारत अटैक कर सकता है। और भारत ने अटैक किया है मरकजे तोयबा, जो हाफिज सईद का, जो लश्कर का हेडक्वार्टर आप इसे कह सकते हैं, इसको उड़ा दिया गया है। जबकि दूसरा जो बहावलपुर, पाकिस्तान के बहावलपुर में जो मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह है जैश की, इसको उड़ा दिया गया है। ये दो ऐसे बड़े ठिकाने हैं जहां पाकिस्तानी की खुफिया एजेंसी आईएसआई, पाकिस्तान की आर्मी, वो बकायदा हाफिज सईद से एक तरफ मरकज तोयबा में मिलकर मीटिंग करती थी और भारत में हमले की प्लानिंग करती थी, जबकि जो मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह, जो जैश का चीफ मसूद अजहर का ठिकाना है, वहां पर मीटिंग्स होती थी। ये दो ठिकाने भारत के लिए सरदर्द बने हुए थे कई सालों से। आप सीरीज वाइज अटैक देख लीजिए, 26/11 हमला, उसकी ट्रेनिंग मुरीदके में हुई थी, उस ठिकाने को उड़ाया गया है। संसद भवन पे जो हमला हुआ था वो मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह में बैठकर उसकी प्लानिंग हुई थी, उसको उड़ा दिया गया। तो ये भारतीय खुफिया एजेंसियों के जरिए इंडिया टुडे को एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिली है, हमारे पास उसकी तस्वीरें भी हैं, उसको उड़ा दिया गया है।
Go ahead, go ahead.
I know a lot of journalists from Western countries would be following our broadcast, and we know that Pakistani military was planning a trip for journalists to Muridke, to Bahawalpur. It was scheduled today, and they will be questioning. They will be given sort of evidence that India has hit civilian targets. My one bit of advice for all of them: don't trust Indian agencies, don't trust Indian intelligence sources. Go check what David Coleman Headley told FBI. Go check what he told FBI. He said that he visited Muridke. It is in his confession. David Coleman Headley, currently in US jail, arrested by the FBI, has testified that he received trainings at Lashkar headquarters in Muridke. And as Arvind was saying, it was unthinkable. It was unthinkable that India would be in a position to hit a place like Muridke someday. So this is very important. Similarly, JEM headquarters that you see on the left side of your screen, it was unthinkable that India will be able to hit this place. POK, Balakot was kind
Yes.
of, similar. But to hit places like Jamia Subhanallah, to hit places like Markaz-e-Taiba in Muridke, it was unthinkable, and there are enough evidence. There's enough evidence as to why this place as well as Muridke has been the heart of terrorism that has been bleeding India for several decades now.
Well, Ankit, you are right, because the propaganda machinery of Pakistan is already overworking. There is so much disinformation, viewers, right now, that Pakistan is trying to spread at the back of India conducting these strikes on terror launch pads in Pakistan is amazing. So, everybody's a little richer than buying into just that with what Pakistan has to say, because, that propaganda machinery is churning over time. And let's cut across right now, viewers. I want to go, we have Mir Farid, who's joining us with more information coming in, because at the back and of India's strike on these terror launch pads and where these terrorists live, 9 areas in Pakistan, there has been heavy shelling, mortar shelling now coming in from across the LOC, from Pakistan side, in multiple areas where the LOC is concerned. There is also a travel advisory, and once again, this is not about panic. We don't want to sound alarmist at all. This is just standard operating procedure in times like this. Airlines like Air India, like Indigo, if you have a flight to Kashmir, if you have a flight to border areas, or Jodhpur, or Jaisalmer, or Punjab, then do check before you go in, because there have been changes that have been made where these flight schedules are concerned. I want to cut across to Mir. Srinagar Airport, Mir, right now stands suspended for any civilian operation as well. What more can you add?
Yes, Preeti. In fact, as you rightly said, a lot of propaganda online, a lot of fake news being peddled, but we'll basically bank on facts and what we get to know from official sources and reliable sources. Right now, I can tell you, Srinagar Airport civilian operations have been absolutely shut. Srinagar skies are silent. There was a lot of fighter jet movement around 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., but post that there has been silence. So also, we're getting reports that at least least 3 locations. There have been reports of fighter jets, UAVs that have crashed in Jammu and Kashmir. One in Pampur, where I'm standing. Behind me, a school was hit. This happened at around 2:30 in the morning. And it is a fighter jet. I can confirm to you this much. And I can also tell you that this perimeter has been secured by security forces. And this fighter jet has crashed right in between a house and a school. Fortunately for the locals, it is a congested area. No one, in fact, one child has been injured in this, that much I can confirm to you, but no casualties. The remains of this fighter jet are scattered in a large area, so the Air Force is trying to secure the perimeter. We also do not have any information about the pilot, but yes, a lot of tension, and as you rightly said,
All right, Meera, I'm going to continue to come back to you, but viewers, once again, you cannot emphasize enough on how historic this night has been, where India's strike for retribution is concerned. This will be recorded as a watershed night or a red letter day when it comes down to India retaliating to Pakistan, when it comes down to terror. Cutting across to Gaurav Sawant.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. It's a big, big day. India has hit back at Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror and hit at the heart of Pakistani terror in Muridke and in Bahawalpur in Pakistan, Punjab province. But that's not all. India strikes Pakistan after Pahalgam, and it's not 1 or 2, but 9 different targets across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir that have been struck overnight. Precision strike by the Army, the Navy and the Indian Air Force. Simultaneous strikes from 3 different locations at 9 different locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this is India's Operation Sindoor. Remember what the Pakistani terrorists did in Pahalgam. They wiped out the Sindoor of Indian Hindu women when they killed their husbands. The 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were killed. India has hit back. 9 different locations, from Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Kotli, to when you come to Pakistan to Sialkot, from Sialkot to Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember that professor of terror, Hafiz Saeed, has his headquarters in Muridke. But that's not all. Just go down to Bahawalpur, again the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province in southern Pakistan, Punjab. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And this is not retribution just for Pahalgam. IC-814 hijack in 1999. That's the time that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, had to be released. He went to Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab and set up Jaish-e-Mohammed, which repeatedly bled India from the Parliament attack to the Pathankot attack to the Pulwama attack. Finally, that terror headquarters has been targeted as part of India's Operation Sindoor. Hafiz Saeed's terror training camp has also been destroyed. And the information we have, this was a joint operation of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. And India Today has the biggest team of reporters getting you 360-degree perspective of the precision strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir using the Rafale fighter jets. You had the Sukhoi 30 MKIs, you had the Mirage 2000s, and there's a massive exercise of the Indian Air Force that's currently underway. I want to quickly cut across to Pampur in Jammu and Kashmir. Joining me now from Ground Zero is India Today's Mir Fareed. Mir, massive strikes into Pakistan, but Pakistan is also talking about a process where it will hit back. What's the latest situation on ground?
Well, Gaurav, obviously a lot of tension 2-3 things I can confirm to you straight away is that the Srinagar Civil Airport, civil traffic has been shut at Srinagar Airport. And right now I'm in Pampur. Now, as we have been reporting since morning, early morning, that there's a fighter jet that has crashed in this particular location. The remains of this jet are scattered in a large area. Air Force, Garud commandos and everyone has come to the location. The periphery has been completely sealed. But just to give you an idea of where it has happened, I'll ask Tariq, this is the tree. In fact, the chinar tree has taken the brunt of this particular crash, because otherwise it's a civilian built-up area and there could have been casualties. Right now, we won't speculate whose plane is this. Obviously, defense officials will come up with clarity on the same. But we've been told that at least 3 such incidents have happened across Jammu and Kashmir at 3 locations, and all 3 locations being secured by the Air Force and the
Stay with me for a moment for the benefit of viewers who are joining us. I want to get you the latest. 14 days after the Pahalgam terror attack by Pakistan, India strikes back. India targeted 9 locations across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and the precision strike exactly at 01:44 hours. 1:44 in the morning, 9 targets acquired. Successful hit by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. Now, there were 4 targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and 5 in Pakistan. The targets in Pakistan, very, very significant. They include Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Sialkot and Sarjal. There's a special ammunition that was used to target these terror camps. These were PGMs or precision-guided munition. You had the Scalp cruise missiles fired off a Rafale. You also had the Hammer missile precision munition. Once again, Hammer as in highly agile modular munition of an extended range that can hit a target almost 70 kilometers away. And the Scalp cruise missile, also known as the Storm Shadow, that can hit a target more than 500 kilometers away. India has demolished the masjid linked to the Pahalgam terror attack mastermind, the professor of terror, Hafiz Saeed, a UN-designated terrorist. The mosque, which was close to the place where Hafiz Saeed lived, has been taken down. Sources say that mosque was linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba activities. Not just that, the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, the Markaz-e-Taiba, has also been demolished. The attack was carried out using 4 precision the munition at 4 different locations in Pakistan and of course also in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Sources are telling India Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi constantly monitored the entire operation from his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence. The operation also involved a joint strike by the Army, the Navy and the Air Force. So you had the Rafale Omni Roll fighter jets that were involved in these operations, firing the Scalp cruise missile, a long-range air-launched cruise missile with a 500 kilometers plus range with a 450-kilogram warhead. It has a 2-stage detonation. Stage 1 is penetration and stage 2 is blast fragmentation. The images that you see on your television screen are images that have been shot from a mobile phone camera in Pakistan at that massive destruction, that massive explosion that took place once the Scalps and the Hammers found their target. But that's not all. Seaborne strikes were also carried out as part of the coordinated attacks at Bahawalpur. India, of course, has now informed global powers after the attack on Pakistan terror training camps and launch pads. Sources tell India Today top Indian diplomats have spoken to their counterparts, not just in the United States of America, but also in Russia, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates immediately after the strikes. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, he briefed his US counterpart Marco Rubio. Donald Trump, the US president, has reacted, saying he hopes tensions will end soon, will de-escalate. Now, I want to show you on a map not just of Pakistan, but also of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir for a better appreciation of the wide range of targets that were acquired, not just Muzaffarabad and Kotli in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but Sialkot, Bahawalpur and Muridke in Pakistan. We are also told Chakamru was targeted just across, and for these each and every target was very carefully chosen. So take a look at that map in front of you. When you talk about Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, I want you to look at Muzaffarabad. Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Muzaffarabad, we were told 2 targets in Muzaffarabad, 2 terror launch pads and training camps. Kotli, just come south of that in Gulpur and Bimbar. Now you've come on the other side in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, the area opposite Jammu where Gulpur and Bimbar were targeted, come down even further, Sialkot was targeted, and now you come to the main strikes that took place at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. And like I told you, Chakamru was also targeted. Now, Muridke is very significant. Muridke is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So very carefully chosen targets to send across a very clear message. And Indian Army in a statement said no Pakistani military installation was targeted. There is no escalation from the Indian side. A fortnight was given to Pakistan to act on terror, and only those terror camps, launch pads and headquarters have been targeted. We are told immediately after this, Pakistan retaliated with a massive artillery barrage along the line of control. Pakistan's opened fire in the Poonch, Rajouri, Mendar and Bimbargali sectors south of Pir Panjal. We are told there is some heightening of tensions even on the northern side of Pir Panjal. But I want to show you the images of the Markaz or the terror training camp that was targeted in Bahawalpur. Perhaps one of the most significant areas to be taken down was the Subhan Allah Mosque. That's the information that's coming in. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is where Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were trained to launch attacks into India, including the Pulwama attack of 2019. We are told several Jaish commanders associated with operations in Afghanistan were used to visit this Markaz for terror training, meetings and planning. More details that we've been able to gather in this We Get to India Today exclusive. Markaz-e-Subhanallah is the Bahawalpur mosque that was taken down. This is all that remains. So the picture that you see on one side of your television screen is what that Markaz-Subhanallah or that mosque Subhanallah looked like. And the image on the right is a precision strike that took place at that location. So Markaz-e-Subhanallah is situated along the Karachi-Torkham highway in Pakistan. It's right on the outskirts of Bahawalpur in the southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. As the crow flies from the Indian border, it's about 180 kilometers, less than 200 kilometers. It's a 15-acre facility functioning as the main training and indoctrination center of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, this strike is very, very significant because this is where Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists planned. For example, like we just told you, the Pulwama terror attack of February 14, 2019, the perpetrators were trained here. Leadership of top Jaish-e-Mohammed modules are present here. Residences of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists are there, including the Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar. He's apparently currently in protective custody either in Islamabad or in Rawalpindi, but the de facto chief of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Mufti Abdul Rauf Asgar, he's also handling operations control. He was also living here. Yusuf Azhar, also known as Ustad Gauri, he was also living here. Gauri, he's the head of the armed wing. We are also told that several other relatives of that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, including Maulana Ammar and Talha Saif, were living here. But it's not just about the terror commanders who were living here. What is extremely significant is the fact that you had at least 600 terrorists undergoing training at this terror main training camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed at Bahawalpur. What was the training like? Information that India Today has been able to gather, and not just overnight, but over several years. The training included arms training, physical fitness training, religious indoctrination. Maulana Rafiqullah, for example, is one of the chief instructors who radicalizes youth to train them as Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists to launch attacks into India. The training includes archery, swimming, diving, horseback riding for physical fitness. The infrastructure, we are told, and this is information that we have from way back in 2018, even before the Pulwama attack of 2019, they have a gymnasium, they have a swimming pool. Apparently, they also have the Al-Hajima Center, which is a therapy center. They have stables and riding grounds here. Funding sources, apart from Pakistan Army and ISI funding them directly, there are Pakistani provincial and federal authorities that have been training them. They've been able to get overseas funds. Their recent activities of terror, on the 30th of November 2024, Masood Azhar made a public address at this markaz after a 2-year gap. Massive anti-India rhetoric you heard, including revenge for the construction of the Sri Ram temple and the demolition of the Babri structure. Events that were attended by senior Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, including his brother Talha Saif and son Abdullah Masood. So despite international pressure, Jaish-e-Mohammed continued to operate. Pakistan government took no action against it. And Government of India, in a statement very clearly has said, Pakistan had a fortnight to act against Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, but when they didn't, because of that continuous threat that India receives from these places, India had to target these terrorist training camps and launch pads. I once again want to quickly bring in Mir Farid into this conversation, and India Today's biggest team of reporters join us on our special broadcast and continuing coverage. We've been live. 1:44 is when India struck multiple targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and we've been live throughout the night and get you more updates. Mir, the situation in Jammu and Kashmir, especially along the LC, as far as the situation south of Pir Panjal is concerned, but also the threats that come from Pakistan of retaliatory strikes. What more can you tell us about India's preparations?
Well, Gaurav, India is prepared because they expected. Now, obviously, there could be escalation. This is historic in many ways, unprecedented, where simultaneously 8 to 9 locations, which were the heart of Jaish operations in POK, have been hit. Pakistan, be it DG, ISPR and other people who are coming on the media are claiming that they will hit back, they will retaliate. So obviously all army formations, Air Force bases are on the highest alert. Right now I'm in Pampur. There have been also reports of some fighter jets or UAVs being brought down, or they have crashed at 3 locations in Jammu and Kashmir. One where I am, Pampur, this area has been secured. But to your question, line of control is hot right now. Very heavy artillery shelling all along the line of control. We've got reports from Tangdar, which has faced major damage. Even Tangdar market has been smashed by artillery shelling. At least 3 people have been killed in this shelling. Many are injured. Civil targets have been hit. On the other hand, if you talk of international border, that also I can tell you is silent. Jammu international border all along, the BSF is deployed. There have been no incident of firing. It is tense, but it is silent. But the line of control areas all along, be it any sector, is witnessing very heavy shelling right now. So as far as these incidents, the fighter jets that have crashed, we'll wait for official confirmation on the same. Right now, search operation has been launched to track down the pilot who's missing, but debris is being collected, and Air Force and all belt forces are here, and area has been completely sealed.
Stay with me as I quickly bring into this conversation Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy, someone who's been tracking Navy's movements very closely. And Captain Sharma, what do you make of India's precision strikes? And we are told these were tri-services strikes. The Indian Navy also had assets that were involved in this. Were the Navy's assets to target Bahawalpur in deep Pakistan's southern part in Punjab province, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters has been taken down, Captain Sharma?
Morning, Gaurav, and very good morning to all my fellow Indians. This is a great news that, well, it was a little delayed. Patience was running out, but a solid, saturated, multi-pronged, coordinated precision strikes have happened over the last 3 hours, and I'm sure they are going to continue. And as Gaurav, we are bringing out, it is a triad service kind of an operation, and it is best that we don't talk about it. We only talk where it has been hit, from where it is coming. It's a process which is happening as we speak. So I will not comment on that from where, which axis it is coming out, but it is a action which has been focused, measured, and in my opinion, non-escalatory in nature. And why do I say non-escalatory in nature? Because it has not targeted any military bases, facilities, or for that matter, heavy populated areas.
But as you very rightly pointed out, there's massive tension. There's massive tension all along, not just the line of control, but all along the India-Pakistan border, because Pakistan is talking about retaliation. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Sunilji Bhatt, who joins us from the Akhnur border belt south of Pir Panjal. Sunilji, we were told the LC opened up south of Pir Panjal. I hear lots of chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh also said that, but bring us details. What's the current situation?
Gaurav, right now I'm standing near the line of control in the Jammu and Kashmir's Akhnur sector, and as soon as the people here got to know about India's retaliatory action against Pakistan, people erupted in joy. And even right now you can see that the patriotic people of Jammu and Kashmir, of Jammu region, are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, and they came out of their houses and they are trying to boost the morale of our security personnel. There you see that there is deployment of the Indian Army personnel, Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. All through the night there were sounds of sirens that blared here. People were in panic at that time, but early in the morning when they got to know that we have hit hard Pakistan, people erupted in joy, and even now they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogan. मुझे बताइए, भारत ने जो पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की है, लश्कर के मुख्यालय को ध्वस्त किया गया है, वहां पर जैश के मुख्यालय के पास जो उनके आतंकी ठिकाने हैं उनको ध्वस्त किया गया है, कितना बड़ा समझते हैं आप, कितना महत्वपूर्ण समझते हैं आप?
जी सर, हाँ, जैसे आपको देखने से लग रहा है युवाओं में काफी जोश है। इससे हम सब गांव वासियों को बहुत ही खुशी है जो इंडियन आर्मी ने पाकिस्तान आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एयर स्ट्राइक की है।
हाँ, मुझे बताइए कि पहलगाम में जो बर्बर आतंकी हमला हुआ, मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया गया, उसके बाद समूचा देश जो है शोक में था, दुखी था। अभी आप बताइए मुझे कि जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान को एक मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया गया है, क्या माहौल है अब यहाँ पर गांव में?
ये बहुत ही खुशी का माहौल है। यही एक आज का यही नियम है, अगर आप हमारे घर में घुसोगे तो हम भी आपके घर घुस के ही मारेंगे।
So Gaurav, घर में घुसकर मारेंगे. That's the people. That's what the people here are saying. That India is going to hit hard Pakistan, and we have proven it today. Even after the Uri terror attack, we carried out surgical strikes. After the Pulwama terror attack, we carried out air strike. But Pakistan did not mend its ways. Pakistan continued to sponsor terrorism against India. And the tipping point was reached now. People were saying enough was enough. Now it was time to hit hard Pakistan. And that's what our armed forces have done in a well-coordinated operation. We have carried out these strikes against Pakistan, not only in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but deep inside Pakistan, in Pakistan's Punjab province. Gaurav, back to you.
Oh, absolutely. That's such a significant step that the precision strike has been carried out not just in POJK, but also in Pakistan's Punjab province, because that is where it hurts Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure when Pakistan's Punjab province is targeted, whether it's Muridke or Bahawalpur, or the fact that Chakamru and Sialkot have also been targeted, or when you come to the belt in POJK, you've had 4 targets there from Kotli to Muzaffarabad and 2 strikes in Muzaffarabad. Why Muridke? Very, very significant question, because Muridke is the headquarters of that professor of terror, UN-designated terrorist Hafiz Saeed. Incidentally, Lashkar-e-Taiba is also a UN-designated banned terrorist organization, and yet Pakistan Army and government refused to take action against this professor of terror, Hafiz Saeed. He changed the name of his organization First from Lashkar-e-Taiba to Jamaat-ud-Dawa. And then Milli Muslim League, and he floated a political party. His son and family have contested elections, and he continues to preach. Can you imagine a UN-designated banned terrorist leading the Eid namaz at the Gaddafi Stadium in Pakistan? And this is exactly what Hafiz Saeed did. Finally, India decided that meeting that you see of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the information is he kept monitoring the latest developments through the night, but that was that meeting that took place immediately after the Pahalgam terror attack, where the Prime Minister gave a green signal to the armed forces to decide when and where and how they would hit back. But there was clear signal to them to hit back so that there are unimaginable consequences for the terror state Pakistan. So the Indian armed forces launched what is aptly being called Operation Sindoor. And they targeted terrorist training camps and launch pads, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but also in Pakistan's Punjab province. Remember, Pakistani terrorists had killed 26 tourists in Pahalgam. India Today has accessed details of Operation Sindoor. Sources tell India Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was watching and monitoring the entire operation, all inputs that were being given to him, not just by the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, but all the information that was filtering in. The primary targets were Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, from their headquarters to their launch pads to their training camps, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but also in Pakistan's Punjab province. Sources say the Prime Minister monitored Operation Sindoor. He was briefed by the NSA. The Indian Air Force used the Scalp missile. The Indian Air Force, now, the Storm Shadow. It is a subsonic cruise missile. It has a very small radar signature, so very difficult to catch this missile once launched from the Rafale fighter jets. But it has a range of about 500 kilometers plus. The Indian version has extended range, so way inside Indian territory, because as the crow flies, Bahawalpur is about 180 odd kilometers, Muridke is just about between 70 and 80 kilometers. So that is where the Scalp cruise missile was used. It's a long-range air-launched cruise missile, also known as the Storm Shadow. The range, like I said, about 500 kilometers plus. The warhead, it has a 450 kg warhead. What's extremely significant is it's a two-stage warhead. The first part of the detonation is that it penetrates the target, and then it detonates and it fragments. So even if you're hiding in a bunker, it will first penetrate and then explode. So you have no chances of survival. It's a very widely used weapon as far as the French Air Force or NATO forces are concerned. It's been used in Syria, it's been used in Libya. Now, of course, it's also been used in Pakistan's Punjab province. It has the GPS guidance system. It has the inertial navigation system. It's compatible, like I said, with the Rafale Omni-Role fighter jets of the Indian Air Force. It penetrates hardened underground bunkers before explosion. What is extremely significant are the stealth features. Low cross-section, it can not be spotted easily on the radar. But the other part is also extremely significant. It can evade jammers, it can evade incoming missiles and then go and hit the target. So Scalp was one of the weapons of choice as far as this operation was concerned, but that wasn't the only one. Let me also tell you about the Hammer system. The Hammer, or the highly agile modular munition extended range. So HAMMER, highly agile modular munition, ER, extended range. Especially this ER, as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, again, it's a precision-guided bomb kit. It can be fitted onto a standard bomb of 250 kgs, 500 kgs, up to 1000 kgs, and it makes it a precision-guided munition with a range of about 60 to 70 kilometers. Again, it has INS and GPS guidance system. It has the infrared imaging. It also has the laser designator guidance system. Again, the launch platform, the Rafale fighter jets. What are its special capabilities? high precision weapon. Once you launch this weapon, it also has this all-weather capability. It will go and hit its target. Again, its stealth features are amazing. What is extremely significant about the hammer is the mid-flight correction of its trajectory. So almost impossible for a target to escape, because if the target tries to move, the system can move, and mid-flight it can change its course and target its intended target, whether it is a mosque in Bahawalpur or a training camp of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murid. But I want to talk about India's game changer. Remember in 2019 when India struck Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balakot, and the next day when Pakistan mounted Operation Swift Retort, what is it that the then Chief of Air Staff said? If India had the Rafales, we'd be in a better position. India did not have the Rafales then. India has 36 Rafale fighter jets now. And let me tell you a little more about that platform, that Rafale Omni-Role fighter jet that was used by the Indian Air Force to fire these Scalp and the Hammer missiles. Now, the Meteor beyond visual range missile, it outclasses any AMRAAM that is fired by an F-16 of the Pakistani Air Force. Again, the stealth features for better targeting and better target tracking. Engagement much better than a Pakistani F-16 or even the JF-17 Thunders used by the Pakistan Air Force. The Rafales have advanced avionics, their electronic warfare system, their jammers. They can jam any Pakistani incoming missile or even their radars that are aimed at targeting these aircraft. May I also tell you one very important aspect? Capable of carrying up to 9 tons of weapons on board. They can refuel mid-air. So once they get airborne with more ammunition, with the 9 tons of payload, they can do mid-air refueling with your mid-air refuelers. The AVAX also is your eye in the sky. And now they're completely integrated. That integration is a part of India's multi-domain operation warfare system, integrated with the AVAX, integrated with your systems. And I want to quickly now cut across to India today's Shivani Sharma, who joins us with more on this. Shivani, so we know it was a tri-services operation. The Rafales were used, the Mirages were used, the Su-30 MKIs were used. But tell us more about those 9 targets. How were they taken down? And Shivani, Pakistan is not going to just stay quiet. Pakistan attempted a strike back. We are told Pakistan is heating up the LC. What else are we preparing for, Shivani?
Gaurav, certainly this is not a small or a usual kind of an operation. This happens to be one of the biggest airstrikes that India has taken at midnight at 9 specific targets in Pakistan and POJK, where all these terror outfits have been destroyed. That's what we are getting to know. And this was not a Air Force precision strike. It was an involved action by all the 3 forces, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy and the Indian Army. So a well-coordinated, strategically planned operation that took several days and a lot of meetings that happened, deliberations we were witnessing with Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitoring the whole preparation. And he had already given a operational freedom to the forces and a choice to these forces how and where they want to strike. So a lot of intelligence inputs were also involved, and all these 9 locations in Pakistan and POJK have been hit hard. Bahawalpur and other places where the hubs of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hafiz Saeed, they all have been struck hard using precision munition, loitering munitions and the Hammer and other missile systems that we have. And all the assets of the Indian Air Force were pushed into action, including the Rafale jets that are the game changers for us. And we are seeing a lot of action still happening along the line of control, Gaurav, where Pakistan has resorted to heavy artillery firing that goes on. 3 civilians have lost their lives in different locations, while India is responding befittingly. The whole situation is being monitored. The forces are deployed along the borders. The air assets are activated. And in the seas also, the Navy is vigilant. So there were Navy's P-8Is involved. There were Rafales involved in this action. There were multiple other aircraft of the Indian Air Force that were involved in the action. There were special forces that were involved. So a lot of deliberation has gone into this operation, and Operation Sindoor is successful. And we are seeing senior officials from the Indian Army that are turning their DPs to Operation Sindoor, and they say that justice has been served. That means this has been a very successful operation. We are awaiting the briefing that's going to take place at 10 a.m., where we'll be getting more details of the casualties and the destruction which Operation Sindoor has done to these terror outfits without even
What about
touching
Pakistan's
the infrastructure,
retaliation?
the
What can you
civil
quickly
infrastructure
tell me
and the
about
military
Pakistan's
infrastructure?
retaliation, Shivani?
See, Pakistan has already admitted and acknowledged these attacks, these terror strikes, and a statement that had come right after these precision strikes had happened. And it says that it reserves the right to retaliation. But meanwhile, what we are seeing that there are reports and inputs coming in that Pakistan has also pressed its air assets into action. Its aircraft are already in their airspace, and they are close to the borders too. But Indian Army, Indian Air Force, they are all prepared. And on the other hand, Pakistan has also activated its resources on ground in terms of the hospitals where the emergency has been declared. All the forces have been already deployed along the line of control, where we've been seeing a lot of operational preparedness from Pakistan's side too. And the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan had been on the review. So now we see some escalatory action from Pakistan coming up in terms of the artillery firing happening, and also the air assets that are activated. We are awaiting more inputs onto the damages, the reports of the damages that are also coming on our side too. So we have to wait and watch and be vigilant about the fake news propaganda that the Pakistan has been running since the Operation Sindoor was declared successful. So we have to wait for the formal official
Stay with me. I also want to bring in Ankit, my colleague, joining us with more on the story. Shivani, stay with me. Captain Sharma stays with me on this big broadcast. But Ankit, what more can you tell us about the choice of the targets, the Jaish headquarters, the Lashkar headquarters? This is retribution not just for Pahalgam, but pain that Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror has given India over decades, from IC-814 hijack to Parliament attack to Pathankot to Pulwama and of course Pahalgam, Ankit.
Well, Gaurav, what was unthinkable has happened. You know, it was one thing to be able to strike locations in POK. It was one thing to strike locations in Balakot. But what has happened today or last night is something very much different. The nerve center of terrorism in Pakistan, Murid Ke, Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur has been targeted successfully. We have a set of satellite pictures. Remember, India Today, 2 months back, used satellite pictures to show why Jaish-e-Mohammed HQ was so important. There was visual evidence to show that the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been expanding over the years. Now, this on your screens is the satellite pictures, one of the prominent targets hit by the Indian armed forces. This particular building is called Jamia Subhanallah. This particular building is called Jamia Subhanallah. Now we have visual evidence to confirm that over past 2-3 years, this compound has increased dramatically. You see these marks marked in red. This is where the expansion has been happening over the years. Remember, Pakistan was whitelisted from FATF's grey list for doing enough to curtail terrorism. And throughout all those months and years, the HQ of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been expanding. You know, there is even a swimming pool there. These red marks that you see, these part of the compound have come up over past few months and years. Remember, this building is known as Jamia Subhanallah. Earlier today, the Pakistan ministry confirmed that this particular building has been hit. Again, these are the auxiliary parts. What we are given to understand is that a lot of construction has been happening in this part of the compound. Some residential places, maybe some hostels. There was also a madrasa here. One of the key targets, why this place was so important, Gaurav. Unlike Balakot, this is not a semi-permanent place. This was supposed to be so safe for Masood Azhar because a Pakistan Air Force base is just right here in this town. And right on this highway is the HQ of Jaish Muhammad. Masood Azhar, Maulana Asghar Rauf, all his associates felt so safe staying here because they believed because there is a PAF base in this particular city, they will be safe. But what has been achieved today, it is unparalleled. Similarly, the other target, Murid Ke, the HQ of Lashkar-e-Toba. You know, Pakistani military was trying a propaganda operation. They were supposed to take all the foreign journalists today for a tour to Bahawalpur and Murid Ke. I know a lot of them have been following India Today broadcast. One important point, Gaurav, don't go by Indian media reporting. Don't go by what Indian military is saying. Just go and check what David Coleman Headley told FBI. David Coleman Headley, the key plotter, arrested by FBI, currently serving prison in the US, is on record saying that he visited Murid Ke. There was a Lashkar camp in Murid Ke. Tahawur Rana visited Murid Ke. So that is why Murid Ke is so important. And this place, fighters, militants, terrorists from Afghanistan were brought here to listen to Maulana Masood Azhar. And this place was supposed to be the Abbottabad, the new Abbottabad of Pakistan. Why? Because because of its proximity with the Pakistan Air Force base. And this place has been hit. So this is why we are calling it the unthinkable in terms of what Masood Azhar, the likes of Hafiz Saeed, has been thinking. The unthinkable has happened. This visual
and
proof
that is
was
what
put
Prime
out.
Minister Narendra Modi had said. That's exactly what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, that the punishment would be unimaginable, it would be unthinkable, and that's exactly what has happened, and this is just the beginning. Should there be a retaliation from Pakistan, that would be escalation, because remember, India has very clearly said they've only targeted terrorists and terror training camps and launch pads and not any Pakistani military installation. In retaliation, if Pakistan were to attack a military installation in India, that would be an act of war, that would be escalation, and India then reserves the right to hit back. And when you talk about the escalation ladder, India's assessment is that India is on top of that escalation ladder. But the world is worried. Now, there are multiple voices from across the world who are now saying that there should be restraint that must be exercised. Immediately after the strikes, India reached out to interlocutors in the United States of America, in Russia, in the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates about the strikes. Sources tell India Today that senior Indian officials, including National Security Advisor, spoke to his counterpart in the United States of America. Ajit Doval spoke to Marco Rubio about the strikes. Now, we have a reaction from US President Donald Trump, who said, I hope it ends very quickly. He said it's a shame this has been going on for such a long time. He said he knew that something was going to happen. He urges both sides to de-escalate quickly. Listen in to US President Donald Trump.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades.
Any message?
And centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
I just hope it ends very quickly is what the US President Donald Trump has said. But will it end or will it escalate?
A little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been...
I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Simar Chawla, who joins us with more on this. He's at Shubham Dwivedi's residence. Remember, he was one of those who was killed. And Simar, this is Operation Sindoor, the Sindoor that the Pakistani terrorists had wiped out. Shubham Dwivedi was killed. You are with his wife. Bring us her first reaction to this information as she hears it from you.
Well, Gaurav, Operation Sindoor has been named for this whole operation that went out at night. Right now, we are present at the residence of Shubham Dwivedi. We are being joined with his wife. Remember, Shubham was the first victim who lost his life, who was the victim of the terror attack, who was the victim of, the bullet that came from, in fact, the terrorist in the Pahalgam terror attack. Aishanya, yes, thank you for speaking to India today. What is your first reaction? The airstrikes have been conducted by the government. Are you satisfied?
I am satisfied, and the moment I read the operation name Sindoor, I went and I saw Shubham's photo and I was crying because it is actually a very personal thing. ये नाम रख के मोदी जी ने या जिन्होंने भी ये नाम सोचा है उन्होंने ना बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हम जितनी 26 औरतें उनसे कनेक्ट किया है और शायद कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको ये लग रहा है कि ये पर्सनल लेवल पे उन्होंने जाके हमारे लिए बदला लिया है.
I remember interviewing you a few days back. You said that the action is not enough. Do you think it's enough now? Or more needs to be done?
That time also I said कि आतंकवाद खत्म होना चाहिए जहाँ पे भी हैं जो भी हैं जैसे भी हैं. मेरा किसी देश या किसी कहीं से भी किसी मजहब किसी से नहीं मेरा था आतंकवाद खत्म होने चाहिए. उन्होंने 9 आतंकवादी स्पॉट को टारगेट करके मारा है. 9 आतंकवादी स्पॉट वहाँ पे जितने और आतंकवादी ट्रेनिंग ले रहे होंगे नए बन रहे होंगे शायद पल रहे होंगे उन्हें खत्म किया है. एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल. थैंक यू सो मच.
Terrorists told you after killing Shubham that go and tell your government that we did this. Now the government has taken a step. How do you see this?
I feel really proud to be an Indian. I'm really proud कि वापस मेरे अंदर वो हिम्मत है कि मैं शायद फिर किसी को पलट के बोलूँगी कि मैं हिंदू हूँ.
We had a discussion last time about the community, the Hinduism and everything. Now the terrorist outfits have been targeted. The locations of terrorists have been targeted in this very particular attack. So as you said that the terrorism should be finished. Do you think that this is the crackdown on terrorism by the government? Do you think that it's enough or more needs to be done in the upcoming days?
I don't know this is enough, but I just know that this is the starting of the end of this terrorism. ये शुरुआत है आतंकवाद खत्म होने की. ये 9 खत्म किए हैं जितने और हैं वो भी ढूंढ के खत्म करेंगे. इतना हमें विश्वास है और आज ये करके मोदी जी ने विश्वास दिला दिया है कि हम अब आतंकवाद नहीं अलाउ करेंगे. हम नहीं झेलेंगे. उन्हें खत्म कर देंगे.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also gave a statement कि जो टेररिस्ट हैं उनकी जो ज़मीन है ऑपरेट करने की वो कम पड़ जाएगी और उनकी ज़मीन बची हुई ज़मीन भी हम खत्म कर देंगे.
मैं ये स्टेटमेंट्स आप ही के लोगों के थ्रू सुन रही हूँ और मैं बहुत कहीं ना कहीं आज मैंने द मोमेंट आई सी ऑल दिस नाउ मैंने अपनी बहन को मैसेज किया है नाउ हिज सोल विल रेस्ट इन पीस. एंड ट्रूली आई फील दैट समवेयर वेयरएवर ही इज. अब वो ऊपर देख के ना खुश हो रहा होगा कि हाँ चल मैं गया अब और नहीं जाएंगे इस आतंकवाद की वजह से. और मैंने तो पहले भी बोला है आतंकवाद इसलिए खत्म होना चाहिए क्योंकि और शुभम नहीं मरने चाहिए.
रात भर आपने जो ऑपरेशन है उसके बाद की जो डिटेल्स हैं वो देखी, सोई नहीं है आप कई रातों से. अब लगता है कि कुछ सुकून की नींद आएगी.
ये पूरा घर अब शायद चैन से सो पाएगा, चैन से रह पाएगा. हमसे जुड़े हुए बहुत लोग हैं जो आके मैं देखती हूँ वो रोज मुझे बस सुन के रो रहे हैं मेरे पास आके. अब वो शायद वो भी थोड़ा सब खुश हैं इस बदले से. सब कहीं ना कहीं देख पा रहे हैं कि हाँ हमें अगर आप कुछ करोगे तो हम उस चीज़ का बदला हमारी सरकार लेगी.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Ashanya. So, Gaurav, you heard the first reaction. She said that Shubham's soul, might be feeling relieved, and it's a sense of satisfaction for her and her family, who have went through a lot. But now, since this operation has taken place, she placed her trust in the government.
Yes.
So, this is the reaction from the family as of now, Gaurav. Back to you.
Very, very powerful words from Shubham Dwivedi's wife. Look at what she says. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken revenge for all of us, for all the widows, for all the women who lost their husbands. The fact that it's called Operation Sindoor, it was personal for us. It's personal, the manner in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi ordered the targeting of these 9 locations for these terrorists to be eliminated. But that's not all. She says, maybe now, once again, I will be able to say without fear, I am Hindu. मैं फिर बोल सकूंगी, मैं हिंदू हूँ. That is what Shubham Dwivedi's wife just told India Today. And why? Because her husband was the first to be killed by these Pakistani terrorists who came and asked the religion. And when he proudly said he's Hindu, he was shot dead at point blank range. And when she said, kill me too, you know what they said? Go tell Modi, go tell your government. And this is now the response. This is the response from government of India. The Pakistani terrorists have been targeted. The terror launch pads, the terror training centers, they've been neutralized. Big story coming in. Sources are telling India Today, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken to the 3 services chiefs, and this is very significant because there is still clear and present danger. Remember, Pakistan will and is trying to strike back in response to Operation Sindoor. That Operation Sindoor that was conducted at 1:44 a.m. to be precise. Now, Pakistan has started responding along the line of control, but we are also told that Pakistani Air Force fighter jets are trying to target multiple locations in India. And there's a threat they've issued. We'll tell you more about it. I want to quickly bring in India Today's Piyush Mishra for more on this. Piyush, what more can you tell us about the meetings that are on Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's interaction with the 3 services chiefs? Because Piyush, there is still clear and present danger.
Well, certainly, Gaurav, at 10 a.m. everything will be clear. The Minister of Defense is going to tell us about the operations those have been carried out against Pakistan. At 10 a.m. press conference will be addressed by the senior officials and everything will be clear. But one thing is clear that India has retaliated hard. All 9 targets were successful. PM Narendra Modi was monitoring each and every development throughout the night. At 11 o'clock, Gaurav, there is a cabinet meeting also that will be chaired by PM Narendra Modi at his residence. So what we're also learning from our sources is that just before the cabinet meeting, the cabinet committee on security meet will also take place, in which all top mantris of Modi cabinet, including Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, S. Shankar will be present, and most likely NSAG Dobal will also be there. You would remember that in the last 2 weeks, PM Narendra Modi has held multiple meetings. The day he was back in India after cutting short his Saudi Arabia trip, he was briefed by senior officials, and then since then he has been holding multiple meetings. And last we also heard from Prime Minister where he was quoted where he said
with me for
that
a moment and joining me now on India Today on this big momentous day on India Today. With me is Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Kumar Singh Bhadoria, former Chief of Air Staff. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, your appreciation of India's strikes at 9 different locations, sir. Your first response.
No, very clearly, it's a very robust response to the terrorist act at Pahalgam in terms of the choice of targets, the number of targets, the nature of targets, and it's a very clear message. What Honorable Prime Minister has said, to inflict unimaginable punishment on the terrorists and their backers. This is exactly what it is, and it has been effective from what I can make out in terms of all.
Okay.
That is being shown. So very clearly, a very strong step, a very clear message to the terrorists, very clear message to the backers in Pakistan, and to the world that we are not going to take this anymore.
So, Air Chief Marshal, for the benefit of our viewers, what would have been the thought process behind the choice of targets from Muzaffarabad to Kotli to Gulpur? Let's talk about the targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir first, before I come to targets in Pakistan's Punjab province, because these targets clearly were very carefully chosen, not just for the impact, but for the messaging to Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure, sir.
Absolutely. Very clearly, very deliberately chosen. And it would have been, after a lot of due diligence in terms of who were responsible for Pahalgam, what was their network, were their connections, and who all were the backers. So that entire, backer network has been targeted. Their infrastructure has been targeted. The terrorist sites have been targeted, where they get trained or assemble or are directed, control room, etc. So I think if you just see the numbers and
okay,
all terrorist targets, not a single military target, and it's been made very clear by the government. In terms of how strong the response is, it is a very, very strong response for what they did at Pahalgam.
Let me now come to the big target, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke or the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur. You've wargamed this many times in the past. This time, it was actually executed, and I'm told executed with precision. The choice of weapons, the rafales, the scalps, the hammers. For the benefit of our viewers, explain the significance of Muridke and Bahawalpur, Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria.
No, these targets, again, in a normal case, these are very big targets and very, very known targets, but in a normal response, probably they won't get targeted. But this time, very clear directions were that the backers and everybody, they are not to be left. So, firstly, very strong choice of target. Uh, Secondly, the kind of weapons used would be a combination of precision weapons. From what I can see from the pictures of the weapons, I don't have information or feedback from the Air Force or all the different services involved. But going by the pictures of damage seen and some of the videos that are coming out, very clearly there are a combination of high caliber bombs, all precision targets, and smaller precision weapons. Maybe some loitering munition used too. And you asked about Rafale in terms of scalp and hammer. They are very effective weapons. Scalp particularly has a very long range, a lot of standoff distance, and big explosive warhead. So overall, I think it's a combination that has been used and very effectively.
So scalp and hammer, the Rafales, I want to specifically spend a moment more on Muridke first, and then I will come to Bahawalpur. This is extremely significant. Perhaps from your younger days in the Air Force to the time that you headed the Indian Air Force, Muridke was the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So from the Parliament attack to multiple attacks we've had, Mumbai 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Raghunath Temple attack, various other attacks that took place, it was always traced back to Muridke and Lashkar-e-Taiba and that professor of terror Hafiz Saeed. Why was a decision not taken earlier to target Muridke? And in your appreciation, why was it taken now to target Muridke and the Lashkar headquarters, sir?
No, I would put it this way, that last time it was done, it was again a very well thought out target and calibrated to what kind of response that was required at that time. This time, the nature of barbaric act and the way it was implemented, and the fact that in spite of the warning last time, they decided to do it again. So, Honorable Prime Minister had given very clear direction that the punishment to the terrorists and their backers has to be unimaginable, and it is clearly the choice has emerged from there in terms of numbers, in terms of kind of targets. So it is a very, very strong message that no infrastructure stroke hideout is safe from us. You do such an act, we will get you wherever you are.
And that also includes Bahawalpur, because, I've covered IC-814 hijack. I've covered the release of that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar. I've covered the parliament attack, the Pulwama attack, the Pathankot attack, and a series of other attacks that took place, including Pahalgam. The tragedy is, it was always traced back to Jaish-e-Mohammed. It was always traced back to Maulana Masood Azhar. But Bahawalpur in the past was never targeted. This time, in Pakistan's Punjab province, in southern Punjab, Bahawalpur has also been targeted. So is that a message to Pakistan that there are no-go areas as far as Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror is concerned? Sir, Bahawalpur, again, why wasn't it targeted earlier? Why targeted now?
Again, very clear message. Absolutely. I think that is the intent. Very clear message. All terrorist networks, all terrorist infrastructure will be targeted should there be any such act. So this is clearly what is meant to be conveyed to the terrorist network itself and to Pakistani government. I think they have to realize and get their hands and fingers out of support to terrorism. They are directly complicit.
They are directly complicit. You've made that point, sir. But what I want to understand is, what are lessons learned from Operation Swift Retort last time? So last time when India targeted Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and that big base of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Jabba Top, in Balakot, Pakistan did Operation Swift Retort. Now, we're told the entire Pakistan Air Force is up in the sky almost simultaneously. What are lessons learned from Operation Swift Retort in your appreciation right now, sir?
No, very clearly, having taken this action, immediately after the targets were struck, entire Air Force, the Army and the Navy would have gone on to absolute high alert. They would get deployed operationally. So the level of preparedness to handle whatever follow-up action that Pakistan takes would be already happening, or part of it happened. From Air Force perspective, entire AD network would be in total alert. So whether we expect some action from Pakistani side, of course we do. They would act, and therefore we need to be fully prepared. We need to see what kind of action, and thereafter calibrate our response. Our further response will really depend upon. We have made it very clear. The government has specified very clearly that no military targets were targeted. Our intention is to get the terrorist network, and it is in itself it's a de-escalatory plan. But they would respond, is my assessment, some nature of a response. How much they want to escalate is their call at the moment. Thereafter, what we do would depend upon the nature of their response. So the element of calibration would need to come in, but our response will be dependent on how they respond. So if sense prevails on the other side, they would need to start de-escalating from their very first response.
No, but will they de-escalate? Sir, I want you to read General Asim Munir's mind. General Asim Munir is very clear in his understanding or his appreciation. The way you would look at Asim Munir, he's a radical Islamist. He's talking about this jihad, the Hindus and Muslims being different, and they're waging this just war for Kashmir and the world. Will he escalate further, even though there has been loss of life in Pakistan's Punjab proper?
I think so. He will certainly target 9+ targets in terms of optics. There would be maybe 10, maybe 11 targets chosen, because that's how they would want to present to their public. It would really be calculated or studied from point of view of what kind of damage or what happens really in the next interaction, which will pan out maybe in the next 24 hours. But what is important is, I think, for the Pakistani public to realize that where their military leadership is heading them into. Because what we have done is against a terrorist network. You have no such targets on our land. So if you have to have that kind of target, they will end up targeting some of our military targets. If that happens,
that's the point I was coming to. Yes, that's the point I'm coming to. That's a very significant point you've made. India has targeted 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Your appreciation is Pakistan Army will want to have that equivalence or false equivalence. They would want to target 9 locations in India and, in all parts of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. But what will they target in India?
Absolutely. So let us see. That is where their sense and sense will show, and their level of maturity to handle this kind of escalation. But frankly, at the moment, it is in their hand. If they want to escalate beyond a point, I'm sure our defense forces have taken all measures, and they would be ready for it. We are better prepared from any escalatory ladder or even going on to full-fledged conventional conflict than they are in economic terms, in overall terms, in terms of capability, whatever. So having taken such a bold action, I'm sure our forces will be fully prepared. So it is better sense has to prevail on the Pakistani side to start calibrating de-escalatory measures within their first response itself. Otherwise, they are the ones who would lose out in the long run.
So are you saying that there still is clear and present danger, and there is clear and present danger of escalation? We've targeted 9 terrorist training camps and launch pads and headquarters. Pakistan, if it chooses to retaliate either against any military installation or any strategic installation in Jammu and Kashmir, remember what Pakistani ministers have said in the past, that in case India stops the Indus Waters Treaty or holds it in abeyance, stops their water, they will target our dams and words to that effect. God forbid, if they were senseless enough to do that, would that be seen as a major act of escalation? And how do you see this escalation ladder move, sir?
No, they better not target the dams. I'm sure their sense will prevail. Unless they put a small bomb or small explosive there, they better not target, because they will surely know what we will do after that. Okay, so let us wait and see what they actually do and what is the level and what kind of targets they choose. I think they should think very rationally. Normally, they don't do that, but it is time for them to, the military leadership and the Pakistani Hukumat as such, to think rationally and move ahead. Because any irrational move, while our side would act rationally, but if you start hitting military targets or target like dams, there would be another wave of strong response.
Because last time they tried to hit a brigade headquarters in Jammu and Kashmir, south of Pir Panjal, sir. But I also want to understand from you, if Pakistanis were to launch a missile, now from our AWACS, from our P8Is, AWACS for the benefit of our viewers, our Advanced Airborne Early Warning Command and Control Systems, the P8Is are our long-range maritime reconnaissance surveillance aircraft, which are also flying frigates. They have the capability of striking back with our Rafales, with our, Su-30 MKIs. Is the entire battlefield in that very narrow sliver called Pakistan, is it very transparent? Can they launch a missile and we don't get to know? Or if they launch a missile, we can take it down before it hits us, in your appreciation, sir?
I think it will be a combination. There would be areas where if they launch a missile, we can intercept. Some of these weapons are possible to intercept. In some combination, some weapons would certainly go through. So if they launch a big size attack, there would be some weapons which would finally reach the targets, whatever targets they intend. So the important point is that we need to be fully prepared for all these eventualities. And once we are all 3 services, because of the nature of the targets and the kind of targets that we have hit. So there is a reasonably high chance that they would think irrationally and come up with some, a target list which we would have to respond. And therefore, the need to look at, firstly, fully prepared so that we limit our own damage with our own defenses, effective defenses, and thereafter we will choose what action to take.
Because even for Pakistan, their Air Force would be their weapon of choice. LC is already hotting up at the line of control. They're already using their artillery, we are told, on either side of Pir Panjal. or can the Navy do something, or is the Navy not powerful enough in your appreciation, or could they target one of our ships?
On the LC, like you said, action has already started, so that would remain. I think that would only increase. Air Force would end up using their Air Force would end up using standoff weapons, for which I'm sure that kind of defense would have got factored from our air defense perspective. Navy could choose some targets. So it really depends on the level that they want to escalate it to, and we should be prepared for the worst, and we should defend effectively whatever actions they take, and thereafter we will need to decide on our own actions. That is where the next level of calibration would happen.
Okay, and the fact that Government of India used all three armed forces to respond to Pakistan state-sponsored terror, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, all assets, that were used for this operation, does that also send out a significant message to the adversary?
Of course, it does. It does, and it's also a message that we are fully prepared, and by now. In some services like Air Force and all fully deployed. In other services, deployment would be happening to the required level, and ready to take on whatever comes now.
You see this escalate to beyond a theater conflict?
No, I think in about 2 to 3 days they should come under control.
So 2 to 3 days, the escalation could still happen. Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks. Now, escalation matrix, India's assessment is we are on top of the situation. I also want to bring into this conversation my colleague Preeti Chaudhary. And Preeti and I have been reporting through the night. 1:44 a.m. was when the missile strike took place. And Preeti, right after that, India is prepared for any response, but that's a very clear signal that's gone out to Pakistan.
Well, a very clear signal that has gone out to Pakistan. This is a very, very sensitive time, viewers, and we will only give out calibrated and factual information, verified information that's coming in. I just want to take our viewers through on what has transpired in the last 4 to 5 hours. I want to just take you through that. 14 days after the Pahalgam attack, India strikes back at Pakistan. India targets 9 terror pads. It happened at 1:44 a.m. Of the 9 targets successfully hit by the Indian forces, 4 are in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That makes it a first where India comes into question with retaliation to Pakistan terror. The targets in Pakistan include Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot, Sarjal. Special ammunition was used to target these terror camps. When I say special ammunition, viewers, it means weapons of precision were used. Meanwhile, India demolished masjid linked to the Pahalgam attack mastermind Hafiz Saeed, and this is retribution that goes beyond Pahalgam, viewers, all the way to 26/11 and the many terror attacks that have taken place, which had the footprint of the man on your television screen, Hafiz Saeed. India has attacked the mosque that is close to the place where Hafiz Saeed allegedly resides himself, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Sources say the mosque was linked to Lashkar terror activities. The headquarters of Lashkar terror, Markaz Taiba, demolished. The attacks were carried out with precision at 4 locations of Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Sources say that Prime Minister Modi is monitoring the entire operation from his official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Operation involved joint strikes by Indian Army, Navy and Air Force. Rafales, Scalp and Hammer missiles, drones used. Seaborne strikes were also carried out as part of coordinated attacks. Top terror hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed destroyed in the missile strikes by India. Masood Azhar's nerve center in Bahawalpur brought down to the ground. The main operation base of Jaish, a well-equipped complex spread over 3 acres, destroyed.
So the situation on ground right now, extremely tense. Pakistan may strike at a place where Pakistan perceives it to be stronger. But for the benefit, Preeti and I want to take you through some of those 9 locations that India has targeted Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, and not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, though we will begin from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We will come down, Preeti, to the area that really hurts Pakistan, and that's Muridke and Bahawalpur. So let's talk for a moment about Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab province. It's actually about 180 odd kilometers from the international border as the crow flies from India. It's in the southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. It's the headquarters of a UN designated banned terrorist organization called Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Well, you know, viewers, as Gaurav just elucidated, the strike on India on Pakistan can be divided in 2 segments. One, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The other one, mainland Pakistan, the province of Punjab. And where the province of Punjab is concerned, it's important to note the nerve center of terror, where Hafiz Saeed, the kingpin of it all, his headquarters, Muridke, 30 kilometers from the border opposite Samba LET camp, housed the 26/11 terror attack and the terrorists there. So it's come full circle. It's not retribution, Gaurav, just for Pahalgam. You can go all the way to 26/11, and we've tied that circle right there and give
go back to the Parliament attack in 2001. I've covered the Parliament attack of 2001. I've covered IC-814 hijack. IC-814 hijack was where this Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, was released, and the Parliament attack that took place in 2001. Subsequently, the attacks on Raghunath Temple, the attacks on Akshardham Temple, the attacks on places of worship, and India's economic capital, the 2006 Mumbai train blast, we lost 200 people, Preeti.
So this retribution runs decades, viewers. It runs decades. And that's why it's important to understand what this really means. And these are sensitive times. We don't want to get into hyperbole, but look at it. Look at the impact of it. Like Gaurav and I are pointing out, 2 separate areas where this terror strike has, like India has struck Pakistan. One, which we are showing you right now, is of course the province of Punjab, and this is a first for India. This is where deterrence will come from, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely, because imagine, even when 200 people were killed in 2006, terrorists were not targeted. Even when 166 people were massacred in Mumbai on 26/11, Pakistan was not massacred, was not targeted. But look at Pahalgam, when 26 people were killed, and we just heard the widow of Shubham Dwivedi. She said, at least now I can say without fear, Main Hindu hu. And the heart of this radical Islamist terror in Pakistan at Bahawalpur and Muridke, that's been targeted, Preeti.
You know, let's just move on and get you the other locations where India has struck. In all of this, viewers, and if I can say, is curated over the last 2 weeks by Indian intelligence agencies in a very responsible manner. We did not want to strike where civilians were there, so it was curated where these terror launch pads were concerned. And the other one, Gulpur, 35 kilometers from the LOC Poonch Rajouri, routes of attack in Poonch on 20th April in 2023. Let's move on now to the other point of attack, Savai LET camp, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan-occupied Tangdhar sector. And this is where you move from one part of the attack to the other, Gaurav. From what is province of Punjab, which is mainland Punjab, Pakistan, you move into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 2 areas where India's attacked last night.
So, the attack was in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, opposite the Tangdhar sector on the Indian side. And it's very significant because Tangdhar, again, as the name suggests, Tang means narrow, Dhar means stream that comes in. There are several such nalas in that area, rivulets in that area that Pakistan has used. And these are heights. These are north of Pir Panjal. In the Tangdhar sector, Pakistan has actually tried to infiltrate very extensively in the summer especially. So they come into the northern part of Kashmir and then they spread terror either in central Kashmir, in Srinagar, or South Kashmir, in Anantnag. But the Bilal launchpad of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Kotli, Kotli, which is just barely 15 kilometers opposite the LC in the Rajouri sector in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. A very, very significant camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba also targeted in Kotli, Preeti.
You know, once again, all of these 9 are not army installations, they are not ISI installations. All of these 9 points where India has attacked last night are terror camps, either belonging to Jaish or LET, viewers. That's it. The other one, Barnala, 10 kilometers from LOC opposite Rajouri. Let's move on. Sarjal, JEM camp, about 8 kilometers from the international border. And Mehmuna.
Very significant once again. Now, Sialkot is a very important training camp or a launch pad. And this is not the LC. Now we've come to the international border in the Jammu sector. The 200-kilometer long international border in the Jammu sector. That is where Sialkot has a very significant training camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen, but that's a training camp that's also been extensively used, Preeti, by Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. There's breaking news coming in, big story. The Indian army has responded in a big way to ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the LC. We are told Pakistan is using heavy artillery now, which is 155mm howitzers are being used to respond. Pakistan army, we are told, has suffered massive casualties in India's retaliatory strikes along the LC. That is what sources are telling India today. And this is where Pakistan really feels the pain. Remember, Pakistan shot the Ramzan ceasefire in 2002 because after the Kargil war, after 1999, through 2000 and 2001, Indian army punished Pakistan extensively along the LC. The images that you see there on your television screen, the moment 155mm howitzers open up, and now India has their guns with the 52 caliber guns with the extended range. Preeti, they can hit a target more than 50 kilometers away in that altitude. And I quickly want to bring in India Today's Shivani Sharma into this conversation with Preeti and I. Shivani, LC heating up is not good news for Pakistan all along the LC, but I believe now it's no longer restricted to small arms.
Yes, you're right, Gaurav. Since last 13 days, we've been seeing the ceasefire violations, and these ceasefire violations were happening with the small arms, the unprovoked firing that was going on along all the regions across the line of control we were witnessing. But now what has happened after these strikes by India, Pakistan has resorted to heavy artillery firing, and we've been receiving inputs from almost all these locations, be it Bimbar Gali area, Rajouri Poonch area, or in Valley also from Uri region. We are getting this input that there have been heavy shells that have actually there are houses that are damaged. 3 casualties have been confirmed by the army, and this is very important to understand that India is also retaliating in similar manner, because India has been resorting and retaliating to small arms till now. But when Pakistan has opened these artillery guns towards Indian side, Indian army has also started retaliating in similar manner. That's what the inputs are. And these are 155mm howitzer guns, the artillery guns that have been deployed with a long range of around 50 kilometers.
Preeti, I've actually seen these 155mm howitzers in action.
So
yeah, not just in the Kargil war. Yeah, stay with us, Shivani. These 155mm howitzers, they were the death of Pakistani soldiers in the Kargil war. Amazing strike capabilities, amazing precision, and you know the 39 caliber that time. Now you have 52 caliber rounds that hit. It's 155mm 52 bore weapon that goes and sits, the ammunition that goes and hits the enemy. They have nothing that will save them now.
Well, you know, so this was expected, viewers. Once India struck Pakistan at about 1:44 a.m., we gave out that statement, and minutes after that, Pakistan admitted that India had in fact attacked Pakistan. Of course, India has maintained and continues to maintain that India has only struck terror launch pads. Pakistan has deemed what India says was an attack on terror launch pads as an act of war. And right after that, the LOC in the Jammu and Kashmir area lit up, viewers. Heavy artillery mortar shelling from Pakistan, and now India giving it right back. So that engagement continues. I want to cut across right now to Piyush Mishra, who's joining us from New Delhi. Mir Farid, live from Pampore. Mir, what's the latest that you are picking up? Earlier on, there were indications that one fighter jet of Pakistan was down in Pampore itself. What more can you add? All right. Mir, can you hear us?
Initial info that it is a Pakistani jet, but yeah, I can hear you. I'm in Pampore right now, as we have been reporting non-stop. The fact that the area has been sealed, the perimeter has been sealed, and Air Force officials, local police are here. As of now, no confirmation from the Air Force, the kind of aircraft, nature of aircraft, and whether it's a Pakistani aircraft or our own. So that part we obviously are not speculating on. But initially the info was that it was a Pakistani aircraft. No confirmation from the IAF. Now we're getting to know that probably that's not the case. But as far as this crash is concerned, the debris is scattered in a large area, and Air Force officials are coming to ensure that each part is secured because it is a crime scene. It's a matter of investigation, and that's that's what I can confirm to you.
And also there's going to be a briefing by the Indian Army at 10 a.m. and we can expect the micro details of Operation Sindoor to be given out by the Indian Army. Gaurav, let's quickly cut across to Piyush, and then we'll go to the report filed by Sunil G. Bhatt. Piyush, to bring you into this conversation. Piyush, you know, India's done what it has. Now, with little chest thumping, we need to move to the second part of this operation because it's not over yet. The Prime Minister from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg through the course of the night, along with the NSA, the Home Minister, has been monitoring the situation. Now is the second part because Pakistan is all set to retaliate. In what measure is one question. The other side, the diplomatic side of it, has already kicked in, Piyush, where you've had the NSA that has spoken, briefed America. We've had our various diplomatic officers through the course of the night speaking to multiple countries like Russia, like UK, like France, and making them understand why this attack was necessary. Now's the time for diplomatic pressure to build on Pakistan.
Absolutely, Preeti. You would remember that PM Narendra Modi in clear words had said that we will track, hunt and punish each and every terrorist and also their handlers. For that, more actions have to be carried out. We have already taken military action. We have already attacked Pakistan. 9 targets were successful. That's what we have heard from top sources in the government. And after that, now diplomatic actions are being taken. The countries are being briefed. You would remember that a few days back, diplomats, all foreign envoys, they were briefed by India, and they were also told about the clear involvement of Pakistan in terror attack which was carried out in Pahalgam. Since then, multiple meetings have been chaired by PM Narendra Modi, and after the operations which Indian Army has carried out at 10 a.m., we will be able to know more about this entire operations. You would also remember, Preeti, that Prime Minister had given free hand to all security forces. Prime Minister had told them to select mode, timing and targets. So 9 targets were selected. All
9 targets chosen and struck. There is no chest thumping, but there is quite realization that Pakistan has to be targeted. Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror has to be punished, whatever it takes. Military action, diplomatic strikes, economic action, quietly, firmly, but stating facts to the world. It needs to be done. What's the reaction on ground? India Today's Sunil G. Bhatt is on ground zero in Akhnur, where a series of ceasefire violations have taken place. He gets us more from ground zero.
We are in Akhnur sector of Jammu region, and late last night there was some air activity here also. India carried out strikes on the terror hotspots in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Lashkar's headquarters, which is located in Muridke, there many places were targeted, as well as in Bahawalpur where Jaish's headquarters is located. And as far as Akhnur sector is concerned, after India carried out strikes against Pakistan, Pakistan tried to indulge in a misadventure, and there was air activity here in Akhnur sector also, and Indian Army gave a befitting reply to Pakistan here. And right now you can see that a large number of people have come out of their homes, and because as soon as they learned that there was retaliatory action by India, the people came out and they are here boosting the morale of our jawans. We will speak to the locals here. यहाँ पर रात पर क्या हुआ, यहाँ क्या माहौल?
रात को कुछ आवाज़ ही आई थी को 2-2:30 बजे के करीब, तो सारे लोग जागे थे उस टाइम, कुछ पता नहीं चला, पर अब धीरे धीरे सुबह पता चला है कि पाकिस्तान के ऊपर अच्छी स्ट्राइक की है भारत ने, और मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। जो पहलगाम में हमारे लोगों को उन्होंने शहीद किया, उनको करारा जवाब दिया गया है।
तोड़ जवाब दिया गया है पाकिस्तान को, क्या कहेंगे उस पर?
अच्छा किया, होना भी चाहिए था। काफ़ी देर हुआ है परेशान थे, जो 28 लोगों को जाने गई है, इसी वजह से अच्छा किया जो स्ट्राइक किया, बहुत अच्छा।
You can see that people are expressing their happiness that Pakistan has been given a befitting reply. We have carried out strikes deep inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab province, but 2 locations, Bahawalpur, Muridke, and we have also hit the terror hotspots in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This is huge and unprecedented, because even after 26/11, there was talk about targeting the Lashkar headquarters in Punjab province, but at that time this was not done. But this time this option has been explored. A strong will has been shown by the government, and Pakistan's terror factories have been targeted, and a befitting reply has been given to Pakistan. And here, as far as Akhnur sector is concerned, you can see that large number of people have come out to boost the morale of our jawans. Right now there is a strict vigil here near the line of control here in Akhnur sector. People have come out, they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans. They are boosting the morale of the army personnel, and they are also reaching out to the army personnel and asking them whether they need any food or water, and they are delivering it to the army personnel. So you can see that the spirit of patriotism, the spirit of camaraderie.
All right, we're continuing to get more news break that is coming in. Full details of the targets that have been destroyed at 1:45 a.m. by India. Jaish training camp destroyed in Muzaffarabad. Sayyidina Bilal Markaz main JEM transit camp. Terror camp used to train 50 to 100 terrorists. The Pak army trained the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist in Sayyidina Markaz. Sayyidina Bilal Markaz, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Muzaffarabad. POJK, Sayyidina Bilal Masjid is the main center of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POJK, located opposite Red Fort. This facility is used as a transit camp for JEM terrorists prior to their launching into Jammu and Kashmir. At any point of time, 50 to 100 cadre reside in the facility, additionally trained by Pakistani Special Forces SSG. Additionally, trained by Pakistani Special Forces SSG. Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed's office cum transit camp is located on the first floor, adjacent to the building of Sayyidina Bilal Masjid. The masjid building consists of a 3-story building, 2 stories from front, wherein the Hijama Center pressure cupping medical therapy is located on the ground floor. This facility is spread over 8 to 10 canals. This facility has family quarters, office buildings, office of Al Rahmat Trust, charity wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This facility is used as a transit camp for Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists prior to their launch into Jammu and Kashmir. At any point of time, 50 to 100 cadre reside in this facility. Additionally, trained by Pakistani Special Forces SSG is imparted here, as indicated from the photographs retrieved from phones of killed JEM terrorists. The Jaish-e-Mohammed operational commander and Jaish-e-Mohammed head of POJK Mufti Azhar Khan, Kashmiri, is in charge of this facility. Abdullah Jihadi, Abdullah Kashmiri and Ashik Nengru also operate from this center. Mufti Azhar Khan, Kashmir and Abdullah Jihadi are wanted accused in the Nagrota attack 2016 as they had planned and executed the Nagrota attack in which terrorists enter into the army camp at Nagrota near the Balini bridge and started to indiscriminately fire upon army personnel. The selection of cadre to carry out Nagrota attack at that facility. Just detailing, viewers, the micro detailing. It took 2 weeks for agencies, the RAW, to curate these 9 terror sites and decide that these were the sites that India was going to attack and blow up. Meanwhile, India's Operation Sindoor, a big success. Over 80 to 90 terrorists have been killed in this attack on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir on terror camps. Around 25 to 30 terrorists each have been killed in Bahawalpur and Muridke, which are the biggest 2 sites. Indian agencies are verifying the numbers in other terror camps. So justice has been served. All 9 sites where India attacked at 1:44 a.m. has been deemed a success. My colleague Shivani Sharma joining us live from Srinagar. Shivani, what more can you add?
Preeti, this is a big success for Operation Sindoor, although we are waiting for the official briefing that's going to take place at 10. But through the sources, we are trying to get more and more details. And what the sources have indicated that this has been a big success for the Indian Armed Forces because the numbers of the terrorists that have been killed in this action can be more than 90. And that is a big figure, a huge figure. And alone in Bahawalpur and Muridke, 30 each terrorists have been killed, and more verifications are happening from the other locations, 7 other locations, as we've seen that there are 9 total strikes that have happened at 9 locations, and around 90, or it can be more, 90 terrorists have been neutralized, they've been killed, they have been destroyed in these operations Sindoor strike. And this is a huge success for the armed forces in this precision strike, Preeti, because this is a big number, and more, it can be more, the number can be more, and we are waiting for the official response from the ministry, where we'll be seeing a briefing, a detailed briefing. But this is a huge success. In fact, the sources are indicating that around 90 or more terrorists have been killed in Operation Sindoor, and 25 to 30 each in Bahawalpur and Muridke have been destroyed.
So over 90 terrorists is the first count that Indian agencies have got of the number of terrorists, Shivani, that have been killed. These 9 locations were curated. These 9 terror spots, terror launch pads were curated over the last 2 weeks, Shivani, by Indian agencies to decide that these were the areas, these were the exact points that India would attack. And now all 9 locations deemed a success in terms of the attack.
Preeti, we've been seeing a lot of deliberations happening right from Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the service chiefs and NSA involved, and more than 15 meetings he had conducted himself, and a lot of inputs that were being taken from the intelligence agencies on the terror hideouts and the way they were moving around after the Pahalgam attack. Also, they were shifting to places. They were being given VIP status. They were giving heightened security in Pakistan. And despite that, the security agencies in India, they were on their job. They were doing their research and homework to find these terror outfits inside Pakistan so that they can be destroyed. And now we've seen how coordinated action has taken place between the armed forces, the Indian Army, Navy and the Air Force. They have together planned this strategic attack on the terror nexus in Pakistan, where 9 specific targets have been neutralized. And we've been told by the sources that the figure could be even higher than 90 terrorists that have been killed in this Operation Sindoor. So India has not only avenged the deaths of 26 tourists in Pahalgam, but this is a very strong blow, strong message to Pakistan that if you are trying any terror nexus inside your boundaries, India will go inside and deep in your boundaries. They will hit you hard, and that's what has happened, Preeti. 80 to 90 casualties, and the figures can be higher as the verifications are still going on. And 25 to 30 each in Bahawalpur and Muridke. That's a big figure, and there could be some big terror heads in these terrorists who've been neutralized. We are waiting for more confirmation from the briefing that is scheduled to be at 10 a.m. in the national capital. Preeti.
Well, thank you, Shivani. My colleague Shivani getting us the latest, our ace defense reporter getting the information first, and most importantly, viewers, verified, correct information. And we want to be very responsible for the information that we put out. So when we do say that we have bona fide information, that our sources within the Defense Ministry has said that over 90 terrorists have been killed in this strike by India on terror on Pakistani soil. Let's also now give you micro details of it. India hit 2 prime terror hubs of Pakistan terror. Viewers, one in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the other Pakistan mainland province Punjab. Lashkar chief and mastermind of attacks like 2611 in Pahalgam, Hafiz Saeed's mosque that served as a headquarter for Lashkar destroyed in the strikes. The mosque linked to terror activities and terror planning, which just doesn't end with Pahalgam, viewers. This has been a terror story that has spanned decades, that has bled India for decades. Identified Masjid Tayyaba as a center of ideological training and radicalization. 2611 attacker Kasab confessed that he was trained in Muridke, where the terror hub is located. Kasab also described the complex as key to plotting terror attacks and indoctrination. It is also revealed that Osama bin Laden had financed rupees 10 million for construction of mosque and guest house within the Markaz Taiba complex. And this, viewers, was researched, was curated by Indian intelligence agencies as one of the sites that India had to strike. Why Muridke? Why are we emphasizing again and again and again on the success of this strike in Pakistan, especially where Muridke is concerned when it comes down to stemming terror? Muridke is the headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, viewers. The Lashkar-e-Taiba, the latest terror attack on India, Pahalgam, the TRF had links with the LET. You go all the way back to 2611, links with the LET, the footprint of the LET, the footprint of Hafiz Saeed. You go to the parliament attack before that, the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and all of that accumulated in the terror hub of Muridke, the headquarter of LET. Near Lahore, LET led by Hafiz Saeed, the 2611 mastermind, Masjid Tayyaba. Now, it's a masjid, but this is also the headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. That was the target of our Indian forces, and that target, to neutralize that target, has been accomplished. And it's huge, viewers. The mosque linked to LET terror activities, 2611 attacker Kasab confessed to be trained in Muridke. Kasab confirmed meetings with Hafiz Saeed. Kasab described complex as key to training, planning and indoctrination. And that is the importance of Muridke, viewers, because this is historic, where India's payback, retribution, whatever one might call it, when it came down to giving it back to Pakistan for fomenting terror in India. All right. Look at your television screen, viewers, and what you see. These are the before and after visuals of this masjid, which serves as the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. At any given time, there are about 30 to 40 terrorists who are training in this very building. This is what it looked earlier. At one side, you can actually see the visuals of this particular headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and you see on the other side of me on what India reduced it to rubble. This was Muridke. Let's cut across right now to Bahawalpur. Another key terror hub demolished in Indian strikes is the Jaish terror hub. You saw the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror headquarters. Let's move on to Bahawalpur, the Jaish terror hub. On your screens is the visuals of the mosque that served as terror training pad in Bahawalpur. The JEM, the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror commanders associated with the Afghan operations, also visit this markaz for terror planning, meetings, operational plans. The main operational base of Jaish is a fortified facility. It houses 600 cadre of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, viewers. This building housed about 600 cadre of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The facility has a state-of-art gym, swimming pool, used as a recruitment center, training camp, and where terrorists would come, train, wait before being transported to India, to Kashmir. This is what has been reduced to rubble now. Why Bahawalpur? What is the importance of Bahawalpur? We just spoke of how it is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the operational hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed, main training center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, where indoctrination takes place in this particular center of the JEM. It served as a terror training was for 2019 Pulwama attack. Residents of key Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders, over 600 cadre, like I pointed out, living right there. Full facility. Right now reduced to rubble. So this was important for India to hit. It's history in the making, because viewers, India did not just go after terror launch pads, also going after the big terrorists who actually train, indoctrinate, and send young men trained as terrorists across to India. All right, we're going to quickly move on, but to once again get you in focus for you to see what was the importance of Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and on the other hand, the importance of Murid-ke. How many times, viewers, have you constantly heard on television, you've constantly read in newspapers, Murid-ke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba? How many times over? Every terror attack, the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba comes into fore, always in the spotlight. And viewers, now when you actually look at it, that headquarters by the head of terror, Hafiz Saeed of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, destroyed. While India has done what it had to do, what it should have done, practically creating history where India's response to terror is concerned, and hoping that this will create the deterrence that India had always hoped for. Now it's the next chapter, viewers. Sensitive times need to be handled very sensitively, and now you move to the diplomatic front of it. At one point, while we are waiting and hoping that Pakistan doesn't retaliate, what India is constantly doing is to engage world leaders diplomatically. Shortly after striking 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, sources tell us that India has briefed global powers. United States, Russia, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates about the strike. Sources also tell us that senior Indian officials through the course of the night have spoken to their counterparts in a number of countries to brief them on the steps taken by India. India is a responsible nation, viewers. We have taken full responsibility of the strikes on Pakistan, the reason why we did it, why we had to do it, why India's hand was forced to take this action. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval has also spoken to his US counterpart Marco Rubio about the strikes. US President Donald Trump, on the other hand, has reacted to India's military strikes. He's described the situation as a shame. He also said he knew that something was going to happen and urged both countries now to de-escalate. Listen in to Donald Trump.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades.
Any message?
And centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
I want to immediately cut across to my colleague Geeta Mohan, who's joining us, our external affairs editor, who's been monitoring the situation very closely through the course of the night. Geeta, immediately after India attacked Pakistan, responsible nation issued out a statement for the world, and then all the diplomatic officers of the country briefed their counterparts in various countries on how India's hand was forced, exactly what India did. The NSA, Ajit Doval, spoke to his counterpart in the United States of America, stating why India did what it did and giving out exact details. Hoping, Geeta, now you move to the second chapter of this attack, to diplomatically engage leaders, to put diplomatic pressure on Pakistan on not to be foolhardy and retaliate.
Well, the most important part is that India sounding out its allies and partners that these are terrorist camps and terror targets that India carried out precision strikes against. And they were not military camps, they were not military targets per se. The fact that there were 9 such locations that India could target in itself is telling. Pakistan again in denial. The information minister already has come out and said there are no terror camps in Pakistan. The Prime Minister has come out and said that Pakistan holds the right to respond. So yes, we are looking at escalation right now amidst the conversations that have taken place between India and its partners. The United States of America has responded, none other than President Donald Trump himself, saying that they are looking at it and that they want an end to it as soon as possible. Marco Rubio has spoken with national security advisors of India and Pakistan both and has sought de-escalation at this point in time. They do not want this escalated to a full a war front between India and Pakistan. But having said that, India did what it had to do, sounded out and had a conversation with US, UK, Russia, Saudi Arabia, UAE, important allies and countries that do hold sway and influence over Pakistan. So yes, now the ball is in Pakistan's court to de-escalate, understand the importance of why India had to retaliate and that India can find itself. Preeti, we were discussing all the kind of response that India could have against Pakistan, and they chose only to target terror camps this time around. Not just one particular surgical strike, but they've hit at the heart of the terrorist infrastructure within Pakistan. Bahawalpur, Murid ke, Lashkar-e-Taiba camps, the Markaz, Jaish-e-Mohammed camps, and the Markaz there. So very clearly it was to ensure that there is no camp left where these training can take place and those terrorists can then be sent to India. That's the message that India wants to send across to Pakistan, and the world community, like you rightly pointed out right now, should be speaking to and influencing Pakistan to ensure that there is no response over here, because they could have responded only if India would have targeted the military infrastructure in Pakistan. That was not the case over here. It was very specific messaging that these terror camps, if Pakistan is not going to dismantle, then India will do the job. And since India suffers at the hands of these terrorists who are trained and are allowed safe haven in Pakistan.
Geeta, right now, of course, India's done its bit. It's briefed, our diplomatic officers have briefed their counterparts. Okay, Geeta, would you stay on with me? I'm going to just come right back to you. Lots of developing news that is coming in. We're going to cut across to Geeta in just a bit, but I want to take you through the latest news break that is just coming in. All right, multiple Pakistan posts destroyed in Indian strikes as well. All of this is happening at the LOC in Jammu and Kashmir. According to defense sources, significant damage has been inflicted on multiple Pakistan army posts in the Kupwara, Rajouri, Poonch, Uri sector, with reports of heavy military casualties. Intense artillery crossfire has been ongoing in both sectors following India's targeted strikes under Operation Sindoor. This was expected, viewers, after India's attack on Pakistan. It was expected that the LOC will get hot and very quickly, with heavy artillery fire now coming in and shelling coming in from Pakistan. India now replying in equal measure. Shivani, what more can you add?
Preeti, what we are getting to know that as a response, India is also firing heavy artillery guns on Pakistan posts, and Pakistan has inflicted heavy damages, not only the military posts, the military assets, but also there can be some casualties on the side of Pakistan. That's what we are getting to know through our sources, because we've been reporting heavy artillery firing that was started by Pakistan in several sectors, including Poonch sector, Rajouri sector, Uri sector. And in all these sectors, Indian Army has retaliated, responded well with the artillery. And this artillery fire by Indian Army has actually inflicted a lot of damages on Pakistan's side. 155 mm howitzer guns that we were the range of 50 kilometers, Preeti, and this fire has given a damaging response to Pakistan on their side of the LOC.
Shivani, would you stay with me? Okay, Shivani, more information coming in. India giving back in equal measure. First, it was smaller fire. Okay, but there's more breaking news coming in. Viewers, this is a developing situation. We're going to continue to take you through each and every development as it comes in. The External Affairs Minister has spoken and has lauded Operation Sindoor's success. The world must show zero tolerance for terrorism are the words of the External Affairs Minister. I want to cut across to Geeta Mohan. Geeta, through the course of the night, we have the Defense Minister who tweeted out in the middle of the night, right after the attacks took place, and the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, all tri-forces had an understanding that the operation was a success. After that, we've had now the External Affairs Minister stating very clearly that India should have zero tolerance when it comes down to terror.
Well, that's right, Preeti. A very strong message from Dr. Jaishankar. He's put out a very cryptic but one-sentence post on X saying that there is going to be zero tolerance to terrorism. And that's the message that India wants to send across. It's not targeting civilians in Pakistan. It's not targeting those areas that have not impacted directly India in many ways than one, but precision strikes being carried out in areas that train terrorists, that harbor terrorists, and only specifically those terrorists that work against India. We're talking about Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba camps, 9 locations across Punjab and POK. And very clearly, the fact is that it is Pakistan that now has to answer as to how come there are these terrorist camps in very important cities and areas of Pakistan that required being taken out by the Indian armed forces. So this is a very clear message of zero tolerance. If Pakistan was not going to do it for India, India would help itself. And that's the message, that it is no longer going to wait for the international community to intervene and ask Pakistan to dismantle its terror infrastructure. India has done it time and again. The play has changed, Preeti, after Pahalgam. It is no longer a fight where Pakistan uses unconventional warfare to target military in India, because India does not have or employ unconventional warfare using terrorism and terrorists as an instrument of state policy. Pakistan does that. But this time the play changed when they moved from hitting military targets and military troops to carrying out attacks against tourists, singling people out on the basis of religion. And that's why the name is significant over here. It is Operation Sindoor. And the message from India very clear, that if you're going to do this, if the play has changed, then India will respond and has the right to self-defense. I was speaking to Syed Akbaruddin, former ambassador of India to the United Nations, Preeti, and he said that our diplomats, no matter what India does, what the action is going to be, India has enough capability to ensure that it convinces the world as to why it carried out the actions that it did. In this case, it's much easier for India to convince the world, because they've only hit out at terrorist camps and targets that have worked against India, those anti-India elements that work, thrive, live in Pakistan. So the messaging over here, Dr. Jaishankar will be leading the team to have those conversations with various world leaders, his counterparts in various parts of the world, telling them exactly what India did, why India did what it did. Expect a lot of meetings. Remember, after Pahalgam, there was a series of meetings where Dr. Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and division secretaries met with envoys, foreign envoys based out of Delhi, and briefed them on what happened in Pahalgam and why India has the right to defend itself and right to respond. Today, India has responded. So there could be a series of meetings with very important countries, partner countries and allies, their high commissioners and ambassadors based out of New Delhi. And those meetings again will be to brief them on what it is that India did, why it did what it did. The message has come from none other than the man who will be leading the diplomatic front, that is Dr. Jaishankar, saying zero tolerance to terrorism.
You know, Geeta, you're bang on, because India has proved its mettle by going in, attacking Pakistan where it really needed to, and now it's over to the External Affairs Minister as well, because this will need hardcore, muscular diplomacy to, of course, India has made its point, its stand very clear on why its hands was forced and how it had to dismantle the terror operations in Pakistan. And now to speak to global leaders to try and build pressure on Pakistan, because technically the ball is now in Pakistan's court. Will Pakistan be foolish enough to escalate the tensions from where they stand right now, viewers? We're going to continue to get you minute by minute verified correct information. 14 days after Pahalgam terror attack, India has struck back on Pakistani terror. India strikes 9 terror attacks in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the province of Punjab in mainland Pakistan. Here are the visuals of the Indian strike, of India striking back in Uri in 2016, Pulwama in 2019, and now a reply for Pahalgam. And this goes far beyond, viewers, of what was earlier. This, like I said, viewers, goes far beyond of the surgical strike that India conducted earlier, because last night history was made, etched, when India responded in the manner of which it did to Pakistan, dismantling one by one 9 terror launch pads. We're going to get you all the details coming in. The latest news breaks, our reporters on ground. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. India avenges Pahalgam. India hits Pakistan terror targets. Indian forces carry out Operation Sindoor in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 targets hit, joint operation by all 3 forces. India hits top terror kingpins. Hafiz Saeed's training camps and mosque complex in Muridke destroyed. Jaish headquarters struck in Bahawalpur, and another terror camp in POK destroyed. Operation Sindoor to avenge Pahalgam attack. Inside details of how precision weapons were used, scalp, hammer, rafale and drones used. Prime Minister monitoring operations throughout the night. Pakistan struck and spooked. Pakistan Prime Minister confirms India's retaliation. Shehbaz Sharif says will respond soon. Srinagar airport shut for civilians. Airlines cancel or stall flights to and from Srinagar, Jammu, Jodhpur, Amritsar and even other cities. India briefs global powers, US, UK, Russia and other countries on attacks. Donald Trump says he knew the response was coming, hopeful for tensions to ease soon. Last night was a night that India will remember and so will Pakistan viewers. We're going to take you through some of the defining images of Operation Sindoor. The irony of that. India carried out Operation Sindoor, avenging Pahalgam terror attacks. Here are some of the defining images of it. 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were hit in the strikes, and videos emerging soon after showed the impact of the massive explosion in several locations. The night sky was lit by explosions as locals captured the moment of the strikes on camera. Amongst the 9 locations struck across the LOC in retaliatory action by the Indian forces, one of the most important was Muridke. The city in Pakistan is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Oh, beta, baat hai, karna yaar. Karna. Jeep hai na.
India's big hit on terror kingpins. India struck LET headquarters, a mosque run by Hafiz Saeed in Muridke, where the terror training was given to terrorists. The visuals show the mosque up in flames after India's response. Massive chaos was witnessed across several hospitals in Pakistan after India carried out strikes